Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, a.k.a. Shy Girl. Shy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning to you. The humidity has backed off a little bit here, so good day.
Same here. You're right. Down on the island, we had some humidity. It's kind of backing off probably all in this region that we all live in called the South. But, we hit with this big news yesterday. NVIDIA, boom, hits the street. And then all the action happened in that extra hour overnight. And now it's almost crickets again. It's crazy. What's going on in the news?
Right. So, in the news is NVIDIA. Now, everybody is wondering, they beat across the board. And everybody was wondering, well, why did this stock drop afterwards? And it was really because NVIDIA was forecasting some decelerating growth after a 2-year AI boom, which is not surprising given how intense this move has been for NVIDIA. I'd like to stress that like in 2022, NVIDIA was like a fraction of the size of Intel and booking less in revenue in a year than it was in a quarter. That it now generates in a quarter. That's incredible. I mean, that's for a 2-year move. And not to that, NVIDIA's market cap now exceeds the FTSE, the CAC, the DAX, and the entire S&P 500 energy sector. And that's a huge move for that company. In just a couple of years, I was very shocked. But going back, so they do see some decelerating growth. That's not really surprising. We did talk about the fact that China is kind of looking to onshore their chip capacity. Beijing wants to be 100% wants to rely 100% on domestic chips by 2027, Shanghai 70%. And so I think we are going to see a pullback. Now, we knew that Q2 that they were not going to have any sales from China since Trump cut that off. Now, he did go back, and that was changed this month, and they said that they could now sell to China, and now China's like, well, we don't want your chips anymore, but we could now sell to China as long as you give us 15% of those revenues. Now, what was interesting that was in the statement for NVIDIA is they said any request for a percentage of revenue by the U.S. may be subject to litigation. So it sounds like if the U.S. does try, and it's not that there is no formal agreement yet, but it does sound like if the U.S. does try to get that 15% cut to them, they will take them to court. So interesting news on that front.
Yeah, and Shy, I read a crazy stat. So if NVIDIA's market cap is somewhere between 4.3 and 4.4 trillion, the Bitcoin's market cap is only half of that by all estimates at 2.2 trillion. That really kind of sets the bar there.
That is just insane to me, the meteoric rise of this company. Yeah. So everybody will keep an eye on that. I do want to go over the data today because we do have quite a bit of data. So 8:30, we have personal consumption, GDP, Core PCE price index, which is not the same thing as core PCE, initial jobless claims and continuing claims. At 10, we have pending home sales. 10:30, nat gas storage, and 11 a.m. Kansas City Fed manufacturing activity. This morning is probably going to be the only market moving data, unless, of course, you're trading nat gas. Then storage is going to be important at 10:30.
All right. Well, there you go. And that GDP number, Shy, if I'm not mistaken, so this is September this is a revision still, right, of Q2?
Right. Correct.
Yeah. Okay. We revise this thing forever.
Like 100 million times. Yes. So we'll see what that comes out at. But everybody, again, is going to be watching continuing claims and initial jobless claims because now that we know that Powell is specifically looking at the labor market, everybody's going to be looking at these numbers intently.
Very awesome. Tracy, thanks so much for that this morning, and we will see you in a little bit.
All right.
We are joined now by the Pipsar. Blake Morrow is with us live from the West Coast. It's early for you. How you doing? Good
I'm
morning.
doing great. I'm doing great, Jim. This is it's early, but it's normal for me. So an FX trader on the West Coast that's why most of us that do what we do, we're on the East Coast. So I'm just kind of like I stick out like a sore thumb over here.
Yeah, no, I know. Me and Mrs. Keggs have kind of joked around about, hey, let's move out to, Arizona now that we're, older, getting closer to retirement, all that stuff. And I'm like, I already wake up at 5 a.m. to get ready for NinjaTrader Live. I don't want to wake up at 2 a.m.
Oh yeah, that's the gig. If you're out here, you get up extra early. But think about it, your day is over earlier. So
Yeah, that's a good trade-off for sure. For sure. Early bird gets the worm, all that stuff. That's good. Anyway, so we had some big, we had this big move that really kind of, in my mind, it almost turned out with respect to the equity markets, just kind of a ho-hum result going into the Globex session tonight. We don't, most of the stock index futures are kind of unchanged after that last hour blip when the news was announced. I- is this a nothing burger or is there more to come?
I was actually just going to use that term. I think it is pretty much a nothing burger. And here's the thing about Nvidia earnings. It didn't disappoint. I mean, everybody, as Tracy was just talking about, everybody's been anticipating a slowdown. I mean, if you think about Nvidia being, or the last company that was anything close to what Nvidia is to the market was Apple, and Apple had its major growth spurt, back in the early to mid 2000s, and then really kind of slowed down and leveled out, and became just a big part of most ETFs and funds and whatnot, just like Nvidia. And Nvidia is following very much the similar path. As long as leadership continues to steer the company in the right way, I believe that Nvidia now is probably a buy a dip type of story, and start to see money come out of Nvidia, and like the stock, what is down maybe less than 2% right now,
Yeah.
but you're going to see money go elsewhere. And I think this is that's got to be the catalyst that takes like Nvidia, or excuse me, the equity markets to new highs, as we are still in a very low volatility environment. I still am looking at the S&P, and looking at everything, and still looks pretty bullish to me. And it doesn't look like anybody's going to step in the way of the equity markets right now, because Nvidia, for all intents and purposes, didn't disappoint. It's just expectations are a little lofty, which makes sense in my opinion.
Yeah, and by some accounts, and their advanced chip is just so much better than everybody else's. It's going to take the competition years to catch up. When we're not talking months, we're talking years to catch up.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. And it's not like they're not going to make advancements either. I think, when you look at, some of the revenues as far as like storage goes, them, removing, Chinese, any Chinese revenues off their forecasts and whatnot. I mean, those are all expected things. Now, what's going to be really interesting, like I said, is what do we see in model portfolios over the next couple of days, where you see rotation, out of maybe Nvidia, maybe a little bit of the chip sector, and into other stocks that might give some better opportunities.
Well, that's a great segue into my next question. It's like everyone's suggesting, well, now that rate cuts are becoming a little bit more in focus, possibly, should we be looking at small cap stocks?
Well, yeah, I mean, look at what the Russell 2000's done. I mean, if you can pull up a chart of the Russell, it looks like the Russell wants to play catch up here, and take off again. And so, well, it already is, and it has been. And I think we might see the Russell 2000 just be a real big, just indication that the market's really focused on a lower rate environment. And you talk about lower rates coming. I mean, the Federal Reserve is slowly but almost surely becoming, being shifted and being, occupied with Fed governors that are appointees of the Trump administration, which is going to lean, towards eventually a lower rate environment. So you have that tailwind, behind the market. Now, the bigger question that I'm going to have, Jim, is seasonality. As we step into September, which is notoriously, a tougher month for equities. It's going to be interesting to see how we react, and the markets react once we get past the Labor Day weekend.
I agree with that. And that was our thing, right? I was a commodity broker for 20 years, and we were, when the volume was low, we made less money, obviously. And so we didn't like August usually. And so then September rolls around, people are, kids are off to school, Labor Day weekend's over, shuttering up the lake house. Let's get back to work. So then we start slowly seeing, and maybe not on Tuesday, but we start slowly seeing more and more participation and more portfolio adjustments, end of year tweaks, and all that stuff. Because a lot of calendar years don't, end early, right? They end at the end of September.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that kind of new push of volume and volatility into the equity markets.
Jim, as a ex FX guy like yourself, we use as traders, we have to use the tools that are available to us. And yesterday or the last couple of days, a case in point for us as FX traders, this might bring up some past trading ideas. We like to use the end of the month, and we have a lot of end of month flows.
Mhm.
They get pushed through the FX market quite a bit. Like yesterday was value date, end of month, corporate month end uh, uh, trading, and so we saw a lot of dollar strength come into the market, right up until the London fix, and that set us up perfectly. I mean, the euro dipped below. If you want to throw up the euro dollar,
Yep, yep, yep.
yeah, the euro dipped below 116, for a very short period of time yesterday. You can see that wick on yesterday's candle. We pushed right below 116 to 115.75, right into the London fix. And at that point, we knew, hey, look, as soon as those flows were done, I turned around, I went long the euro at 115.88, and I spun out of it at 116.60 or 116.50 yesterday afternoon. As we went into, now we're going into end of month flows. And as traders, we have edges, that we use, and a lot of them have to do with seasonality. A lot of them have to do with flow. So if you understand the market that you're dealing with, you get a lot of cues, especially, you know, days like today or weeks like this week where volatility is very low, and you've got to know where those little nook and cranny areas are to make money in the market. And it was a swoon for our community yesterday, just trading around flows. Now, unfortunately, as we head into end of month, if you read, end of month flows from like Goldman or Citi or Barclays or wherever you get your research from, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of dollar demand, buying or selling. It's mostly yen demand right now, that's going to hit the market. But that's all right. The corporate month end was pretty easy to read yesterday.
If it's easy to do and quick to do, could you just explain to folks who don't know what the London fix is?
Yeah, so the London fix is, and I have, in our community, we have a lot of London traders, European, UK based traders that are in the markets, and fixing flows is where the brokers they have a price that they have to fix, and they end up executing. So a lot of times you'll see moves right up until the 4 o'clock, London time, which happens to be 11 o'clock right now. It's 11 o'clock Eastern. I'm thinking Arizona time. So
Yep.
trying to do all the calculations in my head at 4 o'clock in the morning. So anyway, yeah, at 4 p.m. London time, you'll see a lot of times a lot of demand, whether it might be Canadian dollar demand, might be euro demand, it might be sterling demand. But I always like to talk in terms of like rubber bands. So like if you start to see a rubber band get stretched, that means some flows are coming through. And then that once the flows are over, usually anywhere between 5 to 15 minutes after the top of the hour. Sometimes you'll see a retrace, after those moves have been after those flows have been pushed through at that 4 p.m. London time. So it's a window that our traders and my colleagues like to talk about. It's like a 5 minute window on either time, either side of the 4 o'clock hour in
Yeah.
London.
Yeah, it's important. It's definitely important because that is directly related to the futures markets, which we look at. Even if you're still trading over the counter Forex, great, but the futures Forex are what we're focusing on. I have the Japanese yen up on the screen right now, and I wanted to ask you about it because we're pretty. I just drew a channel, right? I just a couple of
Yeah.
rectangles up and down, support and resistance, sideways. This market is notorious for once it starts trending. It just goes and day after day after day after day. But right now, I don't know if this is unusual or not, just this sideways behavior we're seeing.
Jim, I believe it is unusual, and you're right, and it's funny. I think I've been on NinjaTrader Live here a couple of different times over the last month, and Tracy keeps asking me like, what's my opinion on the yen? And I really, you can see via the price action, I think it's being pushed and pulled a couple of different ways. A lot of it has to do with the ongoing trade negotiations between Japan and the U.S. and even though the a deal has been quote unquote done, there's been no details, and so the market's really unsure about how the yen's going to respond to whatever trade details emerge. Plus, we haven't seen, let's face it, we have not seen risk aversion in the market, so we don't know what the yen's going to do in a risk off. That means if stocks are coming down type of environment where it tends to be, more yen positive or yen friendly. And then the flip side is to all of that is, when yields start to move, if like let's say fixed income starts to take off, which you can see like on the 10-year notes, they're probing some pretty key resistance right now. If yields start to drop, is that gonna weaken the dollar and strengthen the yen? There's all these dynamics that's
Yeah.
pulling it. And I believe, Jim, when the market figures it out, because it isn't me or you or anybody probably listening to this show going to figure it out, it's going to be the cumulative market pricing moving us in one direction. And then everybody's going to build a narrative around the breakout, right? So if you get a breakout or a breakdown,
Yeah.
then, everybody after the fact is going to go, well, it's happened because of this and that and the other thing. But the fact of the matter is the market's in balance right now,
Yeah.
but it is going to break. And I think it's very, very wise that you're pointing this out right now, because when the break does happen, whether it's to the upside or to the downside, I think us as FX traders, we're going to be jumping on that.
Yeah, and you kind of bring up a great point about the nature of these are currency pairs, right? So this
Yeah.
is, what you're looking at on the screen is the Japanese yen versus the US dollar, and there's two different sovereign nations here involved, right? So which means there's twice as much data you got to think about. You got two central banks, you got, two different economies, you get two different CPIs, you have two, everything is doubled.
Yeah.
So when you're analyzing the currency pairs, it's not just, hey, what's going on in Capitol Hill in the US, it's what's also going on in Tokyo and Nagano and those places, to help make your decisions from the macro data that comes and goes. Now, having said that, though, because of the time difference of these currency pairs in the U.S., I get a lot of traders call me up and say, "Hey, Jim, I can't really trade until I feed the kids and I put them to bed at night." And I was like, "Well, guess what? Guess when Asia markets open, take a look at the Japanese yen. That's there's volume there on that open, and it's a two-way street. Maybe you could take a peek at that market. So that's why I kind of love the currency markets.
There's a lot of things to love about the currency market, and a lot of people are like, well, I just don't understand it, and once you explain any market and once you understand the market, it's really not so difficult. But one of the things I do love about FX over a lot of other markets, and I trade futures, I trade individual stocks, but I really, really my love and my heart kind of sits with the FX market because it's a macro based market. And so, we think about like it's kind of like think about a stream that's flowing, it's like, okay, I know interest rates are going down. I know interest rates are flat for this country, and therefore interest rate, probabilities are going to lean heavier into one country versus another. And those themes tend to stick. So it's kind of like having a stream going in, one direction. And as fish in the stream, it's just easier to swim in the direction of the stream. So you have that macro backdrop that's usually behind you, that thematic that's actually driving the market, which makes it a little bit easier from a swing or longer term perspective to be positioned. And plus the big whales in the market, when I talk whales, I'm talking about, nations, institutions, funds, that their biggest holdings happen to be FX. They tend to be really, really, directional. And so as traders, we just try to hop on and off those that trend as it's, slowly moving in that direction. And when you apply a little bit of leverage, it becomes quite a dynamic market.
Yeah, I know. And there's so many majors to choose from, right? So, I mean, I'm going to
Yeah.
pull up a Swissy chart right now. I know you were looking at it yesterday.
One of my
Um,
favorites right
yeah,
now.
and and
Yeah.
and this is a market what I look at when it's risk off across the board, equities down, bonds up, gold up, everything else down. When it's risk off and you see the Swissy up, then you know there's a worry.
Yeah, and the Swissy is a really interesting story right now, and the Swiss, I want to say just the Swiss franc in general. You got the Trump administration really going after Switzerland. They want more control over the pharmaceutical industry. They're imposed a 39% tariff on Switzerland. Switzerland's president, she came to the United States trying to meet with President Trump, got the cold shoulder, ended up meeting with Marco Rubio. Nothing got done. She left with her tail between her legs. And Switzerland's now imposed not only, this 39% tariff, not just on the pharmaceuticals, but on everything. You talk about luxury goods. Switzerland's huge, obviously Swiss watchmakers. They're in their whole world is revolves around pharmaceuticals and luxury goods. And this tariff is a really, really nasty environment for them to be dealing with. On top of that, they're cutting rates. Basically, ultimately, they're going to go back into negative rates, is what most people believe. And so if you have a country like the US that has rates at, let's just say above 4% right now, and a country that goes negative rates, you get a positive carry when you're holding US dollars over Swiss francs. Then on top of it all, Switzerland, as inflation continues to drop. So, we're going to get Swiss inflation data next week. So when you put it all together, and there is a risk that the Swiss franc actually starts to drop precipitously, especially if we get past this Russia-Ukraine situation, because let's just imagine, and you put on your thinking caps or your imagination caps if you want, that President Trump actually does negotiate some sort of, even if it's just near term peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. There's going to be less needs for a lot of holdings of Swiss francs they can let go of some of those, and so you might see the Swiss franc weaken quite rapidly in a situation like that. Now, you and I could debate, and maybe a lot of our viewers would probably debate and argue whether that's going to be long lasting. I'd argue that it's probably not. It's going to be a period of time for both Russia and Ukraine to rebuild and stockpile again before going at it after the winter. But that's another story for another day. But in the very near term, that could bring in some Swiss weakness should there be some sort of peace agreement put together in the coming weeks.
Yeah, and this is a country that's not scared of negative interest rates. I mean,
No, no, they're not.
yeah. Well, just as long as they don't mess with the chocolate. I have so my college roommate is he lives in Zurich, Switzerland. He's from Switzerland. He's half Swiss. And he every time he comes visits, he brings like these bars of chocolate, and they're really good. And I'm like, hey, when are you gonna come visit me again? So this year, what I did, I got smart, I got proactive, and I said, hey, brother, listen, I'm going to Rome. You want to meet us in Rome for the weekend? Bring some of those chocolate bars.
There you go. You can smuggle them back with you. I think you could probably take a little bit more chocolate than you can take Swiss francs back to our border. So So there you go, Jim. That's smart. Hey, real quick, since we're talking about it, I mean, the Swiss franc, by the way, is made a sizable leap lower. So the euro has been moving higher against the Swiss franc this morning. Maybe a few of those sovereign nations are listening to the NinjaTrader live show right now.
I'm sure they are for sure. Yeah, no, I just put up a 10-minute chart here, intraday chart, real quickly, so people could kind of see it. And you can see it's kind of light in the middle of the night in terms
Yeah.
of the volume, but it does pick up. It's a tradable marketplace. It charts nice. I mean, just kind of looking at this action today, it's like, wow, we hit that R1 level, which is an important pivot level for me, and then kind of peaked out and settled back down. Cross trading below the session VWAP right now. This is also a key kind of move below that. So we're going to see if we get another VWAP touch up there. And the bears are probably going to want to get short there. If we get a breakout, the bulls are probably going to want to get long there. So it's chartable, tradable, and it's one of these markets. It does move, man. We're right back down into the London. And another thing that you mentioned, I want to point out, the London initial balance, I have it marked off on all my intraday charts. And I like to look at that for certain markets just to kind of see because this is a meaningful time frame for a lot of different markets because there's institutional desks, believe it or not, in London that are opening up and putting on positions. So I always love to look at that.
It's a lot of little tidbits and little nuggets to trade around the FX market. And one of the you could say one of the best things about trading FX, Jim, is that it's open 24 hours a day. One of the downsides of the FX market is it is open 24 hours a day, but there's because if you like to sleep, sometimes sleep is not so easy when you got some positions running and in the if you own a couple million euro long or short, it ends up being kind of a long night from
Yeah.
time to time. But I do love the FX market. Don't sleep on the FX market, folks, because it doesn't sleep either. So
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be doing some tape talk with Pharm in a minute. Pharm never sleeps. He's up 24 hours a day. So we'll see if he's trading any of these currency markets.
right on, right on.
We don't have that much time left, but let's just real quickly talk about interest rates again and the Fed and this idea of how many rate cuts between now and the end of the year. What are you thinking?
Well, I was just looking actually my central bank pricing tool, and I mean we're at this point in time, we're pricing in two rate cuts into December right now, and really it all hinges on next week's jobs report. That's really what it comes down to, Jim. And before a lot of your guys and gals are going to be very reactionary. Obviously, we all are as traders reactionary to the jobs report. One thing you got to take into account is we have taken in a lot less immigrants over the last several months. And so, therefore, when we have job losses, or excuse me, we create jobs, but it's just not as many as the market is expecting. Like if
Yep.
we're creating, something like 50, 60,000 jobs, as long as the revisions aren't really horrible, just remember that's more in line with our population growth, which is probably close to nil right now. So, any job growth it's not a bad thing. But that's going to greatly affect, as far as interest rate expectations go in the next couple of months. I mean, we're looking at two for this year right now, and I think September is still well, I'll tell you right now, market's looking at it as an 85% chance of a rate cut, but that number could shift to closer to 40 50% on a strong jobs number on next Friday.
Very awesome. Blake, really appreciate you being with us this morning. I want to make sure everybody is following you on X. You are the Pip Czar on X. I always like to look at your posts. We're going to cut and paste that into the chat if we haven't
Thank you.
already. And then Forex Analytics, I think, is also you.
Yeah, Forex Analytics with an X. Yeah, Pipzar was a given name back when we had a car czar back in the mid 2000s. Somebody gave me that Twitter handle and it stuck. So
Love it. Very awesome, man. Thank you again for being with me here. Looking forward to talking to you again, Blake.
thanks, Jim. Thanks for having me. And you guys have a great day and have a nice long weekend.
All right, all right. Shy is back. We got some pending news. Get ready to just leap out on the page.
Yes. So really quickly, initial jobless claims survey is 230,000. Prior was 235,000, and which is kind of in line with what we have been at. And continuing claims 1.966 million. Prior was 1.972 million. So these numbers are kind of exactly where we have been at. So again, I don't think we're going to get a huge reaction unless we get something well outside of these numbers. Again, 350,000 on initial claims. I would expect the market to react, and that's when the Fed would start getting really worried about the situation. And I'm just waiting for the numbers to come in.
And Shai, this is Paul said he's focusing on jobs.
Yes, absolutely. It's focused on the labor market. So came in at initial claims came in at 229 in line, and continuing claims slightly lower, but I'll call it in line at 1.954 million. So in line.
Yeah, I mean equity. I'm looking at the S&P right now. It's not doing anything.
No.
Flatlining at 64.95. So awesome. No more. There's no more data dumps right now. 8:30. We're done. We got it all out of the way. Let's tell us about our special macro guest coming up.
Yep. So we have Melody Wright. She is an analyst, strategist, writer. She has a focus on the housing market, commercial real estate, and mortgages. I thought it would be interesting to talk to her since we have Bill Pulte, tweeting on the reg about mortgage rates and antagonizing the Fed to lower rates. So I thought we'd dig into see what's going on in the housing market right now.
Very awesome. Well, let's get Melody in here. Melody, good morning. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
I got to ask you this question. On your X handle, you say you are a GFC1 survivor, and is there going to be a GFC2? I mean, is there going to be another great financial crisis, and when? Let me know.
The when is the question, but I quite frankly, I think we're setting up for that. There is just so much leverage in the system. Private equity, private credit has gone absolutely insane, especially in the housing market. So I unfortunately I was spent a lot of years of my life cleaning up that mess long after most people thought it was over. And I thought personally it would never happen again. And then I got disabused of that after starting to dive into macro probably about 4 years ago, again, after being away for some time.
Got it. Well, let me ask you that. Last week we had new residential sales. This has been mostly steady for 2 years. I mean, we had, I think it was 652 units. And we've been between the 700 and 600 band for a couple of years now. It seems steady to me. Is there any warning signs, or what do you think about that stat?
Yeah, so I personally focus on the non-seasonally adjusted numbers because I think basically what those seasonal adjustments are, at least in housing, are how they got their forecast wrong from the beginning of the year. And so each month you're talking about not what actually happened, but how they are wrong. So sales were pretty tepid, even though they came in higher seasonally adjusted on a non-seasonally adjusted basis. They were down 8% year over year, down almost 2% month over month. And so they weren't great. And the thing is, Jim, is that we have 505,000 new homes for sale that are tracked, are listed. That's the most since 2007. The builders went crazy, not only building single family homes, they built for rent, they built spec homes. This is where you don't have a buyer, you're just building it. And they kind of went all in on 23. And they've really been, I think that's a good observation that 23 and 24 are kind of like mirror images of each other. But I think this is where we're getting into some trouble for the builders. You can look at something that's historic right now is that prior to last year, new home prices had never been median price, reported price had never been lower than existing home median price. There was one anomaly in June of 2005. I'll let you think about that. Last year, that historic flip persisted. So just think about this. Since 2012, new homes have averaged about $50,000 more than existing homes. They are now at this point about 20,000 less. And if you think about the effective price, they're throwing in rate buy downs. This is a direct contribution to the buyer, as well as free HOA, appliances, things like that. The effective price is more like 350,000, which is far below that existing home price. So you have existing sellers that are just delusional about what they can get. But on the new home side, you have oversupply. And what I'll say to everybody for consideration is that in 2023, when I was looking at the permits, I was looking at demographics, I was looking at the short-term rental market, I was looking at all these investors getting into multifamily as well as built for rent. I did not understand the housing shortage narrative, and I went on the road to see what was going on. And I went all over the country. I've driven almost 20,000 miles at this point. And I would say we are probably missing about 25% of that new home inventory, because a lot of there are smaller builders that kind of glom on to larger nationals, and also in unincorporated areas, which are many areas in Texas, Tennessee, where I am, but many areas outside of Austin, you don't have to file permits. So I think most people have a real misunderstanding about the new home pipeline, as well as what is already out there and completed.
Wow.
And what do you think are kind of the biggest systemic risk facing the housing market right now in 2025? Because I know that your research has suggested that we have some extreme corrections coming. So kind of what led you to this data, and can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I think that people fundamentally misunderstand the housing market. You know, since probably the late 80s, 90s, housing has been used as a way to juice the economy. And so it was about getting every single buyer into the door. And so what you had during the run up to the GFC was a lot of private investment, private speculation. And then we said we'd never let that happen again. Here we are, 15 so short later, a little bit more than that. What government stepped in, and they stepped in for subprime. So the FHA program, which was supposed to be for first-time home buyers, actually really became, investors started using this program because you can put it's very little skin in the game, 3.5% down. You can have a very low credit score, believe this or not, 580 with compensating factors. And so essentially the government completely stepped into where private was last time, and they pushed this FHA program, and investors took a lot of advantage. And this is why you see Pulte talking about owner occupancy fraud, something I've been talking about out there for many years. The Philly Fed did a fantastic paper on it in January 23. But what's going to happen? So last year, to kind of keep things alive, and Jim, to keep that housing market kind of just flat, the Biden administration put out this very generous loss mitigation program that was unprecedented. Now, we had a lot of loss mitigation during the GFC and after, but COVID kind of went crazy. You didn't even have to apply anymore. They just sent you a modification in the mail. You could also do things like all of those forborne payments, you could put them at the back of the loan in a non-interest bearing lien to be paid off when you pay off the loan or when you sell the home. The problem with all of this is that FHA program was very generous. You could not pay for 3 months. You could go get this workout. You didn't have to show any proof of income. Then you could not pay 3 months again, and then 3 months again. And so there was a lot of fraud in this program, and they kind of shut it down. So starting October 1st, a few things. One, if you have delinquent student loans, you will not be able to get a loss mitigation workout from FHA, and 40% of FHA borrowers have student loans. Secondly, you're going to have to make trial payments, whereas before you did not, which means a lot of these people will fail out. And then third, there's a limit now. Before you could just keep coming back over and over again. That's where the fraud was. Now you can only get one of these workouts every 2 months. And so you've had a lot of distress building behind the dam on both the government and Fannie Freddie books that's going to be spilling over now that these workouts are either running out or are a lot more conservative. And so the biggest issue that's happened in housing are the increasing property taxes and insurance. And this is really crushing people. And now that they can't turn around and get a workout, they're going to be in trouble. And as we saw from the Fed, we've seen back in February, a mortgage refinance rejection rate of over 40%. So people don't have access to credit. And now we're seeing those seriously delinquents rise. The early delinquencies are getting caught by the workouts. But pretty soon that the water's coming over the dam. And by Q2 of 2026, we're going to have a material foreclosure population, and starts already up almost 30% year over year, a little more than 30%. So there's a lot coming for the housing market, Tracy. There are just so many headwinds right now, but affordability is kind of why you've just seen sales stagnate, because Jim, if the builders were in their heyday, we would have seen 100,000 homes sold by them last month. We saw 56,000.
Wow.
And
lot,
we
sorry.
have the that's good. We have the government talking about IPOing Fannie and Freddie. What does this mean for the housing market? And maybe explain it a little bit for people that may not understand that.
Yeah, so I haven't seen a viable plan come out from the administration, and I'm yet to. Is this about, sort of pacifying ACMA, or what is this really about? Because I think most people know that if you tried to unwind the GSEs, you would send the mortgage market. So mortgage is based on securitization. Like the entire machine runs only because of those securitizations and mortgage-backed securities. And if you do something like this, it puts a wrench in the machine. And quite frankly, the non-banks would implode. It would be kind of actually interesting to watch. And I just don't see them being serious right now. I see them talking about it a lot. I see people that don't know anything about it talking about it a lot. I'll know when they start to get serious. But I think that by the time, if they really, really are serious, and this isn't just another, noise that we're hearing, by the time they get there, the agencies are going to be in trouble. You may have seen that Fannie Mae took $900 million, almost $1 billion in provision for loan loss last quarter. Freddie came behind at about 800 or so million. So they understand that we are in a home price deceleration environment, which means you cannot paper over the losses. The way that they've really been able to kind of keep going along these past couple of years is that they were able to get enough origination or production in, but that's while keeping delinquencies low. But as delinquencies rise, then they're really going to come under stress.
So you mentioned, and this happened to me. I was living in Chicago. I got a little bit older. Kids left the house. My property taxes were ridiculous, and it was a scenario where you really couldn't retire unless you had a ton of resources comfortably. For a lot of people, when $30,000 a year was what I was up against. I moved to the South. And now it's like 3,000 or 4,
Right.
Not even 3,000. And so it's a huge, huge difference. So I imagine there's some relocations that are happening because of that. And then the second part of the question, I know we're kind of running out of time, is does the Fed funds and the FOMC, are they going to really impact mortgage rates?
Yeah. So firstly, we've had a lot of migration to the South. I'm here in the South as well. I moved from the Northeast a couple of years ago. But I think that actually that slowed a little bit. We had the lowest relocation on record since they've been tracking it last year. But I think it will continue for exactly these reasons, but at a slower pace. But the property taxes are insane. And what's going on in California and places like this with insurance? Just a quick stat, real quick. I was on site at a big servicer last week who has over 4 million borrowers, and they reviewed their portfolio between 20 and 25. Insurance raised for their borrowers by 53%. Like that is just, and in California, they just recently got their bill for almost, people were telling me 40% increases, even when they weren't in fire zones, So moving on to mortgage rates. The Fed does not control mortgage rates. The bond market does, which everyone forget. The new language, it's very funny until last year when they did that jumbo cut in September and mortgage rates just rocketed up. Everybody used to say the Fed, really control mortgage rates, and Powell got up and said, no, we don't. But now the media says they influence it. No, that they really, maybe to some degree. But to me, I've seen what's happened recently is it's used as a lever. When they don't agree with policy, they sell off and rates go, floating right back up. But we've been very steady here at this range. And so, with a little bit of relief, I think yesterday, I don't know what it's doing right this second, but it's we're really range bound. And so I'm very curious to see what's going to happen. But right now, really the 10-year front ran that rate cut last year and then just went straight back up. So I don't know what's going to happen. I think, I'm seeing, it feels as if, the bond market's very political right now, and it's being used as a way to kind of influence policy.
Interesting. Well, we are up against time. Shai, any last second thoughts for Melody?
No, just thank you very much for being with us today. I was looking forward to talking to you all week.
Oh, well, thank you. I hope I provided something of value.
Absolutely. Everybody, we're going to go ahead and shoot Melody's X handle into the chat. Give her a follow. Well worth it. Melody, thanks again for being with us. Greatly appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a great day.
Shai, I could talk to her, I could listen to her for hours. She's so on point on this stuff.
Yep, she's a wealth of knowledge, and she posts a lot of great stuff on her X handle too, so definitely check that out.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. All right. So far, good morning. We had a good morning, good start today, Shai. Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing you later on today for hot commodities.
All right, I will see everybody in the chat.
The man who never sleeps. Pharm is with us. We got Maroon going on here. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. Good morning to you and to chat. Looks like it was a pretty fun night last night. It's mostly because I actually decided not to trade it for once and not really to look at it, but quite a nice session. Just, not just in terms of the fact that it popped right back up, but very nice clean rotations on NQ anyways. Looks like it was highly tradable and I missed it all. So good times.
Let me ask you this. Is there ever a circumstance where you're going to go ahead and trade that last hour after regular trading hours, right? There's some announcements coming up. Regular trading hours are over. We get another hour in the futures markets. By the way, advantage goes to futures there. Is there a circumstance when you jump in and trade that?
Not often, but once in a while. If something perfect sets up, that low was at a very critical location on both ES and NQ. And to me, that was something that could have been bought with very well-defined risk. I didn't, but if there's a circumstance like that where I've got a good read on a situation and a perfect setup and a great location with very well-defined risk, I'll consider it, but not very often. Usually just getting done for the day and getting ready to write up the next day's plan.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday, that 6460 to 6470 level, and look where that wick went. Boom, it went right there, and then we kind of just rallied off of that. So, by the way, let's throw up some Pharm charts while we're talking about it.
Yeah, so I started with NQ because it's just been, I'm kind of on strike right now, Jim, from ES. The ranges have just been so compressed. The rotation and dispersion, just intraday has been pretty wild at times. And so I had prepared this week with YM levels, NQ levels, and ES levels. You should just do ES, but and it has really helped because there's been, you can almost always open your eyes and look, and there's a fantastic trade there. And I'll probably do RTY next week, I suppose. A lot of people like that, and I just, you're usually cranky about it and don't trade it very much. But it's made things very tradable. NQ's been clean. YM's been clean, and ES has just been, mostly a little bit of a sloppy mess, but there's been some select opportunities there as well. So I did start with NQ, and I'm sure there's a lot of bears that are smashing their keyboards this morning off this move. And we didn't bring it up, but right after, so we had the data at 8:30. Gosh, I got to do the time zone changes here in my head. And it was like a complete nothing burger, right? And then market makers said, you know what? I think Nvidia strayed just a little bit too far from its close here. Let's put out some news that they might sell some, that they're in talks with the government to sell Blackwell chips to China. So I think Nvidia's flat. I haven't looked at it in the last few minutes, but it was already up to flat. And, we got this big move up here and right back up into resistance on NQ. So pretty wild night where we're at. But I mean, look, we come back to, and we talked about Monday. I mean, those Friday single prints, right? That did not fill on that sell-off. I guess that was Monday night, but it came right down to this 23,369 spot. Also the 50% retrace from last week's low to Friday's high. And a VWAP was sitting there anchored to last week's low. I mean, that was the spot that if buyers were serious about taking this higher, that's where it was going to hold, and it did hold. On NQ, it's still a very different technical picture from ES. I mean, you could look, I mean, we don't even see the whole profile from last week. I mean, it's so far inside this week is on NQ. So, let's just, I mean, this is all very exciting that we've rallied off this, but let's keep in mind that it is an inside week and more decisions are going to be made next week. And next week is kind of a big week, right? The market always moves after our birthdays, apparently. I didn't realize it was your birthday recently as well. I'm half joking. It's, Labor Day, big money maybe comes back and decides to do a little bit of work for a couple of weeks, maybe. And so that makes sense for next week to be the bigger move. But I mean, all we've done is just walk up these weekly levels this week, the big technical hold, and then after hours on NVIDIA, the 425, 438 spot holds. We reclaim yesterday's cash hours low, like right afterwards, and then work back up towards yesterday's high. Here we are tagging this 648, 660 spot more time. So
I'm looking at again, I'm going back to that monthly volume profile on the NASI, and we have a point of control in the month is right here. I mean, we're at 23,600. That's that big volume spike. And the next one up, really, you got to go all the way up to 750 almost to get that next kind of volume node up. So if NASI is going to catch up, I shouldn't use the word catch up, but if it does, I'm going to use it anyway. That target's on my radar screen, the 750s.
Yeah, this profile looks perhaps a little bit incomplete here for the week. And honestly, in terms of tradability for next week, again, this isn't a directional call for today or tomorrow, whatever necessarily, but like in terms of tradability, if we came up here into the 700, 724 is a big spot that I'm watching. And then, 752 to 769 is a spot that I'm looking for that could be a bit tricky. But basing above, just call it this 700, 724, after coming into and clearing some of the supply in the 750s would be a very, very good look. So I would love to leave the range for this week. Let's say, this 369 up to, 720s or something like that would be just a perfect inside week range to lead into next week. Because, on the break of an inside week, right, with continuation, you break the high of the inside week. In theory, from a price action perspective, you should test the trailing week's high, and volume profile would agree with that. And then if you break and sustain, the inside week low, then you can test the trailing week low, and volume profile would agree with that as well. So like that would be a beautiful setup if we came up here today or tomorrow, swept into these 720s, and then filled out balance or something for this week. So again, not a directional call, but that it's really, really good setup into next week. So when I root for things, it's usually not up or down. It's like, give me a clean setup to trade. And so I would love that. So just an inside week. Decisions likely to be made on NQ next week, but so far very constructive. Again, every dip's being bought, and we're just walking up these levels. We did again after hours sweep out a couple of these lows. No technical damage done. We're right back up here at the top of the range for the week. So today will be interesting. I've added 548 to 556. I don't need 79 on there anymore. That was a spike base. from Tuesday or whatever day. But you can see we're building volume in this range. 586, 600 is up to the 650, 660s. And so, as long as we're sticking in this range, I see that as constructive into today's open. I do think offering, let's say 580s, could potentially bring some weakness, as you'd have yesterday's volume trapped. You'd have this overnight volume trapped. We'd have, rotational opportunities back from, I guess that would have been Monday, and then Tuesday, getting back below these 548s. That's when things get a little bit potentially gross for retests of 485 to 499. But so far, so good on this front. And again, it feels like the profile is just a little bit incomplete to the upside. And so, as annoying as it is to bears, that this thing popped right back up. It's an inside week. ES seems relatively pinned to this upside, and I'll flip over to that in just a minute to take a look at ES. So,
Yeah, we're in a strong bull market from a long-term point of view, period. So, in my mind, if you're bearish in any given moment, don't be surprised, right? Because this thing just is so resilient. Even with all of the, the one thing that strikes me, and I know we talked about this, but let's just throw it out again, is, this uncertainty, policy uncertainty, which is it's a kind of an ongoing, evolving thing that never evolves into anything. And the equity markets just like shrug their shoulders and say, "Oh, okay, let's pop higher."
Yeah, that's exactly right. And people love, picking tops. It's very sexy, but I'll say it again. I'm way too old and fat to be sexy, so I would rather just wait and see until a move is made. Right. Once there is meaningful supply trapped overhead, that's when it's time to get short. Right. You need, in a bull market, you need longs to be under pressure to sell, and that's the only way that you're going to get really any kind of meaningful sell out of them. So continuously trying to front run. I mean, you can take setups, and like Deli and I did an interview, I don't know, maybe a year ago at this point, on his Futures Radio show about like, how do you short a bull market and not blow up your account? So like, there's very select spots and setups that you can take shots, right, with risk defined, but hodling puts is just never going to work out very well in a bull market. And again, you see the huge difference with ES. I mean, we're basically at all-time highs, right? Like 65.02 half is the RTH all-time high, which was absolutely disgusting that we came up and we ticked that exactly yesterday during cash. So that had me like, okay, well, that move's not done. I mean, sometimes it's a sign of exhaustion from buyers when you leave such a disgusting poor high like that. But, most of the time it's suggestive that that move is not done. And I was frustrated yesterday we didn't get that 8 3/4. That's the ETH all-time high. I was hoping to get that before the close. We did not. Maybe we can get it today. And so I think the biggest risk to this market, from a technical perspective anyways, again, like NQ still has a good high. And bulls have come nowhere near, negating that, right? It's just an inside week, and money could come in next week and break that to the downside. They could break it to the upside, and everything's back to, bulls with the Qs. But to me, Qs are very neutral with a good high in place. And so the risk is, now you've got YM going crazy, you've got RTY going crazy. YM's a huge breakout. As I've been pounding the table on YM, big breakout. As long as that sustains, it's going to keep ES relatively constructive in spite of any potential NQ weakness. We're just seeing rotations. That's very, very healthy. When you see the correlated selling, that's the problem. So to me, the bearish scenario is, we sweep out these highs. We put in a nasty RTH excess high on ES as well to join NQ in that, because again, NQ's got a pretty good high, and then fail back in range. And to me, the range, well, I mean, we should all know this range now. I hate it and never want to trade it again, right? Call it 6460 to 6500 just to make it easy, right? I've been using 96 to 98 up here as sort of the effective top of range, and just every single time pops have been sold, buyers just have not been willing to initiate. Maybe we'll have some buyers that are actually shorts willing to cover up here today after this move, that they're so frustrated. And if there's not initiative buyers to follow behind them and drive these prices higher, then you just fell back into range. And so that would be the bear scenario for me, is both ES and NQ having a nasty excess high and then working back through this week's range. But like until or unless something like that happens, again, ES, incredibly constructive, held the 31 to 35 spot that we've been monitoring for weeks, really, that kept it out of that monthly central distribution. I think it was on the volume profiles. And so it's just lingering around this monthly upper distribution. And so as long as that continues, it looks good. And you got to favor upside continuation. Maybe NQ plays catch up, but it really doesn't have to, given the non-tech components. And that's kind of why I watch YM. It's just sort of like a proxy for some of the non-tech components in ES. So for today, that's really all I'm worried about on the bear side, and I would be open to something like that. And maybe we can have some downside fun, but I'm not optimistic. 83 to 86 seems to be pretty big level for today in the middle, but really I'm kind of hands off between 6460 and 6500 ish. I'm just not super interested. But like I said, today you could call it 85 was, I want to say, Tuesday's high, something like that. And so far that is held. You've got a pullback low there. I haven't updated these levels because it's just so disgusting on ES, but I was using 83 to 86. Call this pullback low, potential trouble below there, I would say, for today. But outside of that, I'm not really looking to diddle in the middle.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Well, great commentary, great analysis as usual, Pharm. Appreciate you being with us bright and early on this Thursday. I know I'm not going to see you for a couple weeks.
Really?
So yeah, so you have you enjoy your time with Delhi.
I will. I miss that handsome mug for sure. I got to get my
Yeah,
fix.
absolutely. Well, we all miss him, but he's coming back. He'll be back on. Remember, folks, Monday is a holiday here, so some of our international friends might not remember that it's Labor Day Monday. So we'll be picking it up strong on Tuesday with Delhi and Pharm. So again, thanks, Pharm. Appreciate you, man, and see you in a couple weeks.
We'll see you. Take care.
All right. All right, it is that time of day, everybody. It is that time of day to trade the open. We have Chris from Trading Boxes ready to go. There's that handsome young man. Good morning, Chris. How are you? Oh, I think you might be muted.
Okay, I totally the unmute. How are you? Good morning.
I'm doing pretty good, man. It's good to see you this morning. I've modified my workout regiment, though. I wanted to share it with you.
Yeah, please
Um,
do.
well, I have these giant rubber bands, and they're multicolor. Some of them are thicker than other ones, and you hang it on the wall, and you do stuff with it, or you step on it and you do stuff with it. And I gotta say, it's the way to go if you're a little bit older.
It is. It's not too hard on your body doing all those.
Yeah. So anyway, I had to share that with somebody, and you were. I thought I'd share it with you because I know you're so positive about life, and I'm excited about it. I don't know what I'm
Well,
talking about.
look, great. As long as you're being active, I being through the health challenges I've gone through, like I recovery and working out, I had to start back up with bands. Lifting a 25-pound bar was so difficult in the beginning after the transplant. So bands are great recovery methods for any age, under any circumstance, and it gets your body moving, and it's really powerful once you develop the habit of it and going back and forth. So great job.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I haven't said hi, good morning to the chat yet. Good morning, chat. Appreciate you being here for Chris, for everybody, actually. I'm excited about that. Looks like Anthony's in the chat also. Good to see Anthony. Appreciate you being here. Engineer Bear, first to chime in. Again, thank you, Brother John. Thanks for being here with us. Appreciate your emails. Same with you, Paulie. Everybody, thanks for being here. So having said that, man, what are you thinking about post an NVIDIA stock index futures?
What an amazing felt breakdown last night when we all thought we were going to, I still thought we were going to see the next support level and then possibly hold or bounce. We did see that. And it's just incredible. This market can't go down. We know September is the worst month out of the year. Can that finally trigger something and we get a pullback? Maybe, but so far we have to respect what price is doing, and that's continue this sideways to higher structure.
Got it. It looks like you're long micro. I love your entry on this trade, by the way.
Yeah, I missed the original reversal that I was looking for, writing my morning plan, and so I got in on the pullback. I already took partials at 1.5 R, so and 2.2 R. So I'm just sitting on my runners now, waiting to see if we do push out higher or not.
Yeah, no, I do like it. It just seems so strong. I don't know. I don't want to jinx you or anything like that, but we have some jacks levels above there, so there's a lot of potential on the upside, I still think. And we just had some breaking news. More positive breaking news, as Pharm just pointed out on Nvidia. And I didn't realize how big of a percentage Nvidia is of these indexes. That startled me when Shai told me that yesterday.
Oh yeah, what is that number?
It's 8 and 10%, and I think the 10% is in the Nasdaq and the 8% is in the S&P, if my memory is correct. But that's a big Kahuna of a number.
Yeah, I mean it's just grown so much, and they haven't rebalanced.
Yeah, I mean 4.4 trillion in market cap. Jeez. Oh my goodness. Anyway, so if anything, that news, it was a Fox reporter news. It might have been, again, take it with a grain of salt, but we got that little boost because of that, not because of the jobless numbers. I'm sorry, yeah, the jobless numbers.
Okay, good combo.
Yeah. So in any event, awesome, man. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing your trading plan for today and watching you in action. Greatly appreciate you being here with us, Chris. And by the way, Chad, appreciate the thumbs up, everybody. And we also appreciate the subscriptions. We love the subscriptions. It helps us out, helps everybody out. More folks in the chat, the more folks viewing. Again, high tide lifts all boats. And everybody in the chat has been super positive. That's the difference of this show, really. Everyone is super positive and aims to help each other, right? Chris is great at trying to help people. That's what he wants to do. That's what he's good at. You guys in the chat, same thing. So we appreciate that. Feel free to spread the word also on social media or people you meet at the grocery store. There's a lot of traders out there, and we'd love to meet them and say hi to them. So thanks again, everybody, for being here. Chris, thank you, and I wish you the best of luck. I'm going to dip over into the chat.
All right, Jim, you take care and enjoy your weekend and multiple weeks that you're going to be somewhere
that's
else.
right. That's right. I won't see you for a couple of weeks. That's right. I forgot to say that. Listen, so take care. Be safe, but
You
brother.
too. Go live your life. Enjoy
All
it. All right. Good morning, everybody. How are we all doing as we close up the month? Let's see. Let's do roll call. What time is it? 6:07. 6:07 my time. Hey, Anthony. All right. Start T. Brian, good to see you. Video Star Arcade. What a comment here. No, I'm not gonna read that one. Another weird comment. Morning, Tom, Mike, Dan, Isaac. Hey, Juan. Good morning. Mike, Chuck, Dan, Chris, Aaron. Aaron. God, that skit is so funny. Hey, Shab, Tracy, Sab. We have the ladies in here. The Ninja ladies, NinjaTrader ladies. All I know is, you guys remember that skit? What was it? The hashtag skit that was so popular back when the hashtags came out. Girl power. Anyways, let's go over the morning plan, yeah? All right, so let's start off with the 4-hour here, guys. Oh, look at that, we're moving higher. Beautiful. I'm just gonna let that run. I did have a long yesterday that I was holding from, where was I long from? Yesterday's morning's failed breakdown, which was at Tuesday. plan, I took partials. My plan was to hold that into NVIDIA earnings and then hopefully today see higher. We are seeing higher today, but unfortunately the NVIDIA earnings took me out at break even. And I wanted to really trail that and hold that. As you guys know, I like to, I'm a trend follower and the trend is up. So I like to put on some swings. So for ES here, we've been consolidating in this range from 63.70 to 64.80s. Let's call it 6,500. All this structure has been a big reversal since Friday. And then we created the first higher low on Monday, higher low. I bought that higher low. Beautiful pullback, higher low, pullback, higher low. So you see this repeatable structure. It's we're getting, this becomes acceptance because the rejections from resistance are becoming, they're not as deep anymore. So the next rejection, where to create bounce. So if we reject again here, can we sort of, this is where scenario one comes in, or not scenario one, this is the overall scenario. Can we hold 64.80s and then bounce back up following the same pattern that we've seen? If we fail to hold 64.80s, we still have that 64.55.60 that has been an amazing zone for us. Acceptance there can mean we break down to 64.20s, another major zone. That's why it's so hard to sell the market. There's just too many support levels below where buyers are waiting. All right. For NQ, we're creating this boxception, what I like to call as a box within a box. This is the overall box range from 23,000, let's call it, to 23,800. We are now creating a tighter one, right? There's a deeper contraction taking place, and this is a boxception, what I like to call. We are now, we had this seller at 620s. I mean, everybody's been talking about it here, right? It has been just acting as resistance. But again, the rejections from there have been shallower, right? Creating higher lows, etc. So the next structure that ideally we want to see, maybe we are seeing that now here, is acceptance. We did see it yesterday, shot higher. Eventually, NVIDIA knocked it back down. But let me just see what my trade is doing. But we're back up here again, right? So on the 4 hour, if we can hold this 580,600 now, we can continue to consolidate sideways. We do have a holiday on Monday, so there's a possibility that we can still hold here. And then we can push up to the top of this box area, which is at 800. If we fail 580,600, we can see 430s, 440s again, bounce, or 300, 330, 360, bounce again. That's the overall structure, right? So again, I share the 4 hour because it allows me to have an understanding of who's in control, because ultimately, whoever's in control on the higher time frames, then it doesn't, for me, it doesn't make sense to short, because it's going to be a very short opportunity. When if I participate with the higher time frame and we're trending higher, then I have the ability to risk 30 points in NQ to make 200, 300, 500 points over time, right? So that's my objective. And I'm not really interested in shorts. All right, so let's go over NQ. I guess we can do ES. I don't trade ES much, but I share for everybody in the group and for you guys who trade ES. After this failed breakdown here into 64.55.60, again, that major zone, we reversed back up, consolidated, created this sort of rectangle box. We eventually creating energy, right? We broke out of it and we're starting a new hourly higher high, higher low, higher high structure. So as long as that higher high, higher low structure holds, we can assume that price will want to see higher prices into 65.18 and 65.30 up here. For this to really pan out, we need to hold London's low, or AKA the back test of this box breakout at 64.90, right? So the 64.90, 93 area is first support down. We did back test it this morning. We did reverse back up, that's the trade that I was trying to get into an NQ. I missed it, so I got long on a 2-minute pullback, right? This is the entry that I was looking for, but the new spike sort of pushed it out higher. So what I did is on the first, again, it's all trend structure with me. Higher high, higher low. On that first pullback, I got long. I did take partials up here, so now I can sit around with it. But I'll get to that in a second. If 64.90s break in ES, then we can see a push back down to 64.68. And and bounce, or we do have that support at 55.60. So it can be either, I consider this an overall range, 64.55 to 64.68. It's that main support below 64.90s. Can we see a move lower into 64.80 and then bounce from here? This sort of support area can it hold? Yeah, for sure. It's not the strongest area, but it's there. And, if price does come down to it, then I have to sort of analyze that. Acceptance there at 64.50, 60, then we break lower. For NQ here, and the main thing that I trade, we are already in this consolidation. This last night's NVIDIA breakdown was a failed breakdown of this consolidation into the 430, 440 zone, which has been a big support area. I mean, just go back in time, support, resistance. I've talked about this level all the time, right? So we reversed back up into that resistance, rejected. Where did we hold? The 580, 90s, right? So that is first support, first scenario. We are lifting higher from there. As long as we can continue to hold, maybe we see another pullback, maybe we break out higher. I'm going to be looking for prior day high, 680s area as my target. We have to hold now this breakout attempt, right? So from a sort of lower time frame trend following perspective, if we can sort of consolidate and wedge up here, that'll create a good A+ opportunity to push up higher, right? So I'll be looking for that trade set up today, if we do hold up here, to potentially add or just trade separately from the trade I have on. If we form acceptance here at 680s, then we can see a push up into 730, 740s, which is last week's breakdown. If you remember this, NQ has not back tested this yet. ES is already above it. So that's obviously first major resistance above 600, 620s. We can reject from there. If we are seeing a strong push from this consolidation, we'll just go to all-time highs. I'm not sure though. We have a holiday. It's a bullish holiday. So let's see what happens. If we break below 580s, 590s, then we can see 500, the other side of this range. We can bounce from there unless we form acceptance. And then we back test this 430, 430 zone again, where we can bounce, right? So it's a if then else for me. Structure scenarios, and we'll see what we get today. Let's look at the chat real quick. Hey, Pamela. Buenos dias, Logan. Mike asks, how do you draw that thingamajiggy with the 1R, 2R on the chart? This is called the Risk Reward Plus. It's available on Ninja. They helped me create it. You guys can reach out to Ninja and they'll share that with you. Hey, Komish. Faina, good to see you as always. Dr. Serena, good morning. Danny, Felix, we have a lot of people from the group here. Yeah, that's my, let me do this. That's my X, Twitter. Oh gosh, it's too big. What is going on? Okay, there. We're moving higher. That's good. I'll go back to that in a second. We did form a nice wedge here. And we're breaking out higher out of that. So if you guys are following along, we had this big seller at 620s all week. And we broke out higher yesterday, overnight, and this morning as well. We consolidated. So this is acceptance above 620s, and we're breaking out higher now. So I'm still going to sit in my position just because we're close to London's high, and I'm wondering if I can reject us back down and then create more consolidation. So let me delete this. All right, beautiful breakout from this wedge breakout. Continuing higher. London's high is first sort of resistance at 660. We do have prior day high at 690. So 680, 690 is my first overall target. I only have runners on here, so I need to find a good setup here to engage in so I can have my normal size back on. Yeah, JD. It took me out of my long. I was up 120 points. And I was hoping to excite, I had the idea that we were going to break out higher and see higher. And it would be great if I had that. Yeah, there is a fake account on Twitter. Don't follow. Hey, Nick. Hey, Serena. There's a fake account on Twitter. Mine has a check mark. Don't. Wait, we're having a LA meetup? Short life? When is that? I didn't even know that. When is the LA meetup? What do I prefer? The 2-minute. The 2-minute allows me to. The 2-minute allows me to. I'm an hourly trend trader, but I use the 2-minute. I use the 2 and the 5-minute for entry models. The 2-minute allows me to have the risk that I want, meaning the dollar risk that I want to put on every trade equals 30 points on average in NQ. So the 2-minute, for the rules that I follow, the 2-minute setups provide that 30-point sort of stop, right? The spread between the entry and the stop. The 5-minute will be a little bit wider, maybe 40, 45 points. So by sticking on the 2-minute, I'm able to risk the same dollar amount consistently, and therefore I can just do my process, my system consistently, right? That's what I'm trying to say. And so it works great. And my main goal is to leverage a multi-time frame trend with a 2-minute entry where I can risk 30 points. And then that gives me the opportunity to make 300, 400, 500 points when we have a big trend. If not, I'll just capture 100, 150 points with the rest of my trade, right? This yellow box is a zone. They're auto plotted. This is my own zones indicator, but it's only available for members of my private group, just because there's a lot of education that goes into this, and this is something that we use for our own trading. All right, let's get those likes up, guys. We have 824. I mean, at this point, I want this run to just run. So maybe what I do is I'll trade NQ. On the side. And that way I can keep this trade on. I don't have any presets for this though. I'll just do ES. How about that? Since I have the presets on for that one. Damon, you're gonna have to reach out to them via email. They can share the email. They can't share a link. I don't think there's a page dedicated to it. All right, so I'm just gonna wait to see how this sort of pans out. We have the open in 6 minutes. I want to see if we can consolidate up here in some way. I'm looking at a potential breakout here, so I am looking to hold this as long as possible. We have prior week high as one of my targets, so this is not the best entry. Ideally, I wanted my entry to be here, then my stop here. That will allow me to let price figure itself out. If it wants to sort of move around like this, my stop can be protected down here. In here, it's very vulnerable. I was sort of I wasn't chasing this, but I saw the strength in this push up higher, so I bought the first pullback. So it's not at a support area where if we come back down here, we can sort of bounce back up, right? It's my current entry is not protected at the moment. So we're gonna have to wait and see what forms. In the meantime, let me check on my swings. We got to see what NVIDIA is doing too. I haven't checked it this morning. Broadcom is gapping up along that. NVIDIA is pretty much flat. It's down $1. I thought it was going to be a red day today. Let's see. Hey, Brian. Is the blue line RSI? Yes. Do you use it as a divergence to get in? Yes. To get out? No. To get in? Yes. So I like to see into support areas a divergence. Let's see if we had one recently. We didn't. Actually, we did. There's a very tiny one here. Price made a new low. So it looks like price is going to maybe stop me out on the rest. I kind of want to move up my stop to entry just because it's not in the best place. I'm going to do that. I'm going to move my stop to my entry. Hey, Bren, good to see you. Only because it's not in the best place. I already did take partials at 1 point, right under 1. No, I think 1.5 R and then 2.2 R. So most of the money from this trade. And then I'll be looking for a new trade here if we can hold up here or if we pull back to 580, 590 again. But let me go back to this. Price made a lower low and then RSI did not. So that is an RSI divergence. So I use that into letting me know that we're possibly going to reverse. And then my entry is above that 9MA lower high, which would look something like this. That would be my entry and my stop. And I share that all the time here. All right, so this trade hit almost 3R. It might stop me out here on the rest. And then I'll be looking for a new long here if we... depending on the structure that we get now. We do have earnings. A-Lab is breaking out. I want to buy A-Lab. typically as we enter a holiday weekend, we are pretty range bound. So either we're range bound or we're going to lift higher into the holiday. And the way price is moving, we saw a big failed breakdown yet last night. It makes me think that prices maybe want to break out today. So if we can hold 600, 620, then ideally, over the morning session, maybe we can hold something like this where we just consolidate and then eventually set up a wedge and we break out and then I take that long. Okay, but let's see what we get here. All right, I got out. Oh, look at that. It just took me out. Wow. Oh, yes, is a little bit weak. NQ, look at that. All right, so I'm going to be looking for some sort of consolidation here to get another wedge and then an entry. Oh, there it goes. All right, so now I have to wait and see what we can get up here. Look at this move. Wow, NVIDIA pushing out higher. All right, so I'm going to be looking for an entry up here. Are you guys going to hear my alarms again, huh? I don't know what you mean by that. In other words, have I set any entry levels? I don't know what that means. There's a move. My entry was not the best, so I got stopped out at break even. We're pushing into that 730, 740 area, which was that breakdown that I talked about. Let me share that. So here's that breakdown. We're into that area now. So either we reject or we form acceptance and hold and then can push out higher. So now we need to wait and see what structure we can form in order to engage. All right, so we're finding initial resistance here. So many names triggering on the swing side. Look at crowd. Big reversal today. Software's coming back alive. All right, so for me to engage here for a new trade, I need to see if we can hold. We're now into that resistance area. Either we reject or we hold up here, form acceptance, and then break out higher. So let's see what price gives us. Oh, just a beautiful breakout. So here's a move that I wanted to catch for those in the group yesterday when I was swinging the NQ overnight. ES is now into London's high, prior day high. If it can hold up here, then we can see 65.18. Let's see how we can form here, the type of consolidation we get. If we can build up a wedge structure, then I'm looking to engage here. NVIDIA going red. It is. Oh, interesting. So let's see if that can create some consolidation here. NVIDIA reversal back down. We want it to hold. It's red now. Oh, very interesting. ES is weaker. It's already coming back down. It did break out of the sort of these highs here. If this pushes back down, then it's probably a failed breakout, and it can push back down to 64.90, 93, where we have support, and maybe we bounce back up. But at the moment, the first sort of higher high, higher low that you wanted on breakout of new swing highs is not really seeing any follow through. What we need to see now here, if it is going to break out higher, it needs to reclaim and then push up. If not, we move down into 64.90s, 93. So let's see if NQ can hold here and consolidate. We are at that breakdown from last week. So what we need to see now is the ability to hold here and form acceptance, or else this will lead to a move back down, right? So those are my short-term scenarios that I'm looking for and waiting for. And now I need to see which one plays out. Yeah, NVIDIA will need to bounce here. But so far, the overall market is not that bad. Net nonstop. Beautiful. All right, NVIDIA's bouncing. NQ, so look at ES. This first bounce, it got rejected. Price broke lower, bounce into that zone, rejected. So that was the first interaction with that area. So this is now likely the most, the high probable scenario for ES, unless we can hold and then reclaim and then push up higher. We do have strong support at 90, 93. If we can bounce, then NQ can form some sort of wedge up here, and then hopefully, that I can engage in that. So it's just a waiting game for me now after this. But so far, structure is bullish. More constructive action if ES can reclaim this 6503. Let's see if NQ can hold here. Oh, we did. NQ just back tested prior day high. NQ remains a bit weak. Let's see what financials are doing. Red. Cyclicals are red. Healthcare red. There is a possible aggressive entry here. We're looking for higher prices. I'm going to try it. All right, so it's a little bit aggressive. I'm sort of looking to see if we do push up higher. There's a lot of momentum in this. If not, I'll probably take a stop and then I'll be sort of on my earlier win. It'll be like a scratch. Let's see if we can hold. If ES can bounce and reclaim this 6503, that would be really constructive action for upside. Let's see if we can hold. If not, I'll take a stop on this and then I'll wait for a wedge. ES is not able to break through this at the moment. Yeah, ES is weak. It looks like it wants 90s, 93. A big 15-minute doji for ES on All right, look at ES. There you go. That's what we want to see. So now let's see if it could reclaim truly and then hold and then push up higher. For NQ, that means it'll push up to new highs. Qs, the Qs, not NQ. The Qs have prior week high just above. So I'm wondering if that, we seek that. We really need ES to commit to this break above 6503. It's a little bit sideways action here at the moment. Not much really going on. AVGO is moving, huh? Look at that. Beautiful. LRCX, I'm long the semis here. LRCX, AVGO, NVIDIA, of course. I think one that wants to have a big move is ASML. I mean, for futures here at the moment, really not much happening. ES is failing to really reclaim the 6503. We really need to get above that in order to push up higher. If not, I mean, there's, it's really if then else. If not, then we're going to see 6490s. That means I'll probably get stopped out here in NQ. And I mean, I'm just continuing to wait for this wedge structure here. NVIDIA a little bit weak. Either way, whatever price is doing right now, it's still bullish. We're just correcting sideways, right? There's really nothing negative about this. The first area of support at 64.90, 93 needs to give out. Like if that fails, then we can sort of see a little bit of a sustainable move lower towards the next support area. Until then, it's just correcting through time. Is it weak? Can it come back down to 64.90s? Yeah, absolutely. Like it's the first sign of not getting over 65.03 is there. For NQ, where we rejected at 70.40s. And we're pushing back down. Looks like I'm going to get stopped out here on the rest. Let me take this off. All right, so I'm pretty flat on the day now. Let's see what we do at this first support area, 64.90s. And then NQ, see if it can form some sort of wedge here. What are you guys trading? Long or short? It's a little bit of sideways action at the moment. So ES made that move into 64.90s. Maybe it continues lower, but it's still support, right? So I can't short something like that. And I'm not really interested in shorting unless we lose a significant support area. Anything above 600, 620 for me is bullish structure. You're waiting for 10 p.m., 10 a.m. Let's see what we get. Oh, what a big day for swings. Oh, Amazon's pretty weak now too. Got rejected. A little bit of a mixed market here that I'm seeing across many tech names. NES is leading to the downside. It has just, cyclicals aren't doing the best. But, what's Carvana doing? I got to check while I wait for this wedge here. Carvana's kicking butt. I mean, I know some of you guys swing trade, but it is a mixed market at the moment. All right, let's see if NQ can hold and give us a wedge structure here. ES, a little bit deeper into that 64.90, 93 support area. So we need to see how we sort of react here. We do have an R-side divergence into these lows. Let me confirm that. This is not really the start of the trend when you really need to see from here to here. So at the moment, we don't exactly have that. Amazon pulling back. Let's see what's Netflix doing. Pulling back. Apple, a little bit red. Google, green. Yeah, mixed market for sure. So far, ES is stuck in a range between London's high and overnight low here. Let me go to the 5-minute. So it's stuck in a range. What I need to see, you know, if I'm trading ES or just to use ES as a NQ sort of trading vehicle, I need to look for acceptance down here to engage short. You guys know this of me by now, or acceptance up here to then engage long. Inside of it, it's mean reversion, and we can break right through support. Absolutely. Maybe we do, but I need to wait for acceptance to really engage in that. Yeah, ES is a pretty strong failed breakout. Back down. Who's short? You guys are getting paid. All right, let's see if ES creates some sort of failed breakdown here, and then we create a reversal. Because in order to get a sustainable move lower, we really need to see some acceptance down here and then a breakdown. Unless this is some sort of a big flush that takes place, but NQ back into this 580, 600 support area, which is where I was looking for a bullish reversal. So I'm interested here in a long opportunity. If we can come back down, sort of create a divergence and then back up. Let's see how that pans out. If we form acceptance here, then I will be looking for a short. Got so many alarms. NVIDIA weak. Just messing around with people. All right, we're into that support area, and then ES is back testing that 88.90 area, looking to see if we can hold here. And then let's see if we can set up a reversal. Nice, John. Because it's support. Why would we hold here? It's support until it's not. We don't have any data at the moment telling us that it's not support. We need to break through it first for NQ. ES is already, attempting to commit below 64.90s. So below that opens up 64.80. And then if that doesn't hold, then we get 64.68. So ES is weaker. NQ is holding, and this is still support until it's not. We need to see acceptance here. So I'm going to be looking to see what sort of setup we get here. Currently, no divergences at the moment. All right, let's see if we can get a lower low, lower high, lower low, and then maybe set up a reversal. Either that, or we create acceptance, which is a wedge, and then can hopefully get a breakdown, right? So let's see what structures we get. ES is super weak. Google nonstop, all-time highs. That's been one of my best swing longs this year, other than coin. Coin was just massive. All right, maybe this is the bounce for the lower high into the 9A main. There's really no setup here at the moment for me to engage in. So I just need to wait as the 9A main comes down in yellow and see if it can reject price, bounce, reject, and then maybe down here we sort of get a potential fell breakdown and then set up reversal. $23,525. What's there? I have something at 510. All right, no hold attempt in ES. That next level of support here, it's at 480 in ES. NQ struggling here at this 580 area. So let me share these again. So main scenario in ES was for 50, 64, 90, 93 to hold. It's failing. So that opens a move down into here, 64.80. If that doesn't hold, then we can see 64.68, right? For higher, we need to reclaim 93. Now, ooh, I like that. For NQ, the main scenario, we're still in scenario 1. I mean, I don't know why it says 1.2. 1. It's for any pullbacks to 580, 590 to hold, and we can push up higher. So we're still at that support area. We can't really look for shorts until that gives out, right? So at the moment, we're in here. We need to see acceptance and then a breakdown that can then take us to 510. So either we reverse from here or but we need some sort of acceptance to engage on those in those scenarios, right? I need the setup or the model that will allow me to manage risk on scenario 1 or scenario 2. You guys saw me, my pre-open trade was scenario 1. I did try another long and it failed. So we're now at support. Let's see what it does. And if we can hold, we do now have RSI divergence here. Same for ES. It is below that initial support area. So, can we see a failed breakdown from here if we reverse back up? Or on a reversal, are we going to reject and then commit to that move lower to 64.68? Right? If NQ can hold here, then we can see this, what I've highlighted. We're literally seeing that. Look, it's pretty much on point right now. Hold and push back up. or are we going to commit to the breakdown, right? Oh, NVIDIA is super weak. Is this a top for NVIDIA? All right, let's see how this looks here. We're starting to bounce. Let's see if we can reject at let's see if we can reject at the 9MA here, or low or high, and then we'll see, right? But I'm waiting here, either this scenario where we can wedge up and then break lower, or we get this reversal. I need to wait for this candle to form. Amazon bouncing back up. Apple bounce back up. Netflix holding. We need NVIDIA to bounce. Semis, what are SMH? Oh, SMH selling off hard as well. I mean, this can be a failed breakout in semis, but that'll take over the next few days to really confirm if we break below the daily 9MA. So we're still in a lot of back and forth structure here. What? Alfonso, what are you talking about? Are you quoting a movie? All right, I need the 9MA lower high here. Looks like this candle is going to be it. Here's that 9MA lower high in ES. Do we reject, or what do we do? I need that rejection here. I mean, ES is already time, so maybe we are going to break through it here. Let's see how we reject a little bit lower. It's gonna, it is breaking. I'll look to take it if I can get filled. Let me sell some because it's too much. All right, let's see if we can bounce. We came down into support. We created the divergences. We're getting a bounce in semis now and the overall market. But I can't get short unless we form acceptance and we get a breakdown, right? Like I just can't do that at support. I need to be looking for a reversal. And then if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. Let's see, my entry was 24. Oh yeah, I gotta bring my size down a bit. All right, so I brought my size down a bit because that spread is too big here. Let me see the 2-minute. $53 points. All right, no luck in ES. NQ bounced back up into that 680, sorry, 620s, and is being met with resistance again. So if this fails, then I'll be looking for acceptance and then see if we can get a breakdown short. But at the moment, we're still at support. I can't really short here. Alfonso, I swear that's a movie quote, right? You're coming really strong on these in this deep thinking. All right, so here's my long. We got the structure that we wanted. We moved lower. We literally got this that I drew out before it happened. We made a low, lower high, moved lower to create a new low. That created an RSI divergence into support. Wait, this should be 6. Um, I'll take half off at 1R, and then I'll hold the rest. All right, let's see if we can hold. Let's go back to these scenarios here. Let me just share this like that. Only NQ now, as we watch this trade, see if it works or not. Again, look, scenario 1 was that we can hold, if we can push down to 580s, 590s, we hold and then push back higher. If we look at the 5-minute here in trading view, we can see that the overnight test of that was initially what I shared that I wanted to buy. Where's my drawing thing? Here. Eventually, I was looking for a long here. I missed it. I bought this pullback here, and I took profits here. I moved my stop up to break even here, and I got stopped out. I missed that, right? I then tried a long, and I took a stop. So we came back into that. Actually, move this 1.3R. We came back into that's 580, 590 area. We took out London's low, and now it's still support, right? We need to see acceptance. We need to see a multi sort of consolidation structure here in order to sellers are moving lower from here, and then now they're moving lower here. They're not letting buyers drive price back up like we're seeing now, right? Like this is buyers driving price back up. So that's what acceptance is. That's a wedge structure here. That means sellers are stepping down lower. And so if that happens, then we know that we are going to break down lower. If not, we reverse back up, and which is what we're seeing now. Right. So when I'm creating these scenarios and I'm looking to engage in this action, okay, those are my scenarios. Those are my sort of the plans that I draw out. How do I then execute? How do I then, okay, how can I manage my risk or the risk in my account in that scenario or in that idea, right, that I framed, Well, I need my rules to be met. In a downtrend, in a 90-day downtrend, I need to see a series of lower lows, lower highs, and then into that second lower low, can we see a RSI divergence, maybe delta divergence, and then that can indicate a reversal back up, right? Sometimes we do get that third lower low that I talk about, and then that leads to a faster reversal. So we did see that, right? Lower low, lower high, lower low. In that lower low, we got RSI divergence here, higher low, and at support, right? So I don't need that. I can't really, right? So I framed my idea, and then through my setup or my model, whatever you want to call it, the rules that allow me to engage in the market formed. And so I took it, right? I'm okay with the risk. I'm okay with losing money on it, the points that I'm risking, because I can successfully do this over time. And that's what I did, right? And it's just another week of me showing my plan, trading my plan with my rules, with my setups, and then executing, right? Like that's the most important thing. How many of us fail to execute? That's just, you just need screen time. You just need confidence in your trading, ability to move past the losses. Because look, the losses are part of the strategy. You need the loss to get to that winner. But if you don't have enough screen time to understand the feedback loop that you are in, then you just need Chris in your life. If you're not living in that feedback loop where you're planning, trading, executing, then reviewing, if you're not doing all of that, then you're not really doing the work to get better at this. If you're just showing up every morning with no plan and trading because what you think can happen, it's not gonna play out successfully for you long term, right? You need a sustainable structure in order to be repeatable, and in that repeatable process, that's what repeatable winners, right? So I mean, it's like it's really a regular business. Like a business needs to create a product or a service, sell it repeatedly, right? More than what they pay for it or what it pays to provide that service or the product. And that's it. That's right. So we're doing the same thing. Like you have to create these parameters or these rules to help you execute over time consistently. What may be the missing link in your journey at the moment is just screen time, right? We all want to make it in 3 months, but look, it can take years. Some people are lucky and it takes months. Fantastic. Good for them. That was not me, right? So I came from a very undisciplined background. I was a troublemaker growing up. I dealt with a lot of stuff. And so I had to learn over a long period of time, but it happens, right? We all have our own journeys. You can't fast forward this process. Look, I shared before that I thought I put a month leave. I used to work at a restaurant, a bar when I was younger in college. I took a 1 month leave thinking that if I forced myself to not make any money from work, that I would be sort of forced to try and make money, right? That was not the case. I just needed screen time. But you can see how I was trying to control my process, my journey, and I was trying to bring it in the timeline. I was trying to bring that in to be successful, but that's not it. Like it's screen time. You need to see this structure over and over and over and over again. So then you can, the emotions get removed from that because you start risking $1, $2. So I don't want to go into a whole rant. So yeah, I just show up and execute. And either I get stopped out or I make my money. Who's that? Mike. My Twitter is right here, my X. You can X me right here. So I'm just gonna sit in this, guys, and my RSI setup, I just shared it. What do you mean by that? Can you ask that differently? It's divergences are not that hard. SMT or RSI divergence, it's really simple. I think it gets overcomplicated. The only thing that I look at specifically for divergences is we have to be in a 9MA downtrend or uptrend. It is just yellow moving average downtrend, right? We have to be in that in order for you to see that if new lows take place into support with a divergence, then you have an indication of a possible reversal. Nothing's confirmed, but you're getting a sort of like a heads up that the new low is invalid, right? The momentum behind that new low is not there as it was on that initial push lower. To me, how I see that is that the opposing party bringing price down is exhausted into support because buyers are now stepping in. Polo, what are you doing here, man? You're trading big size, huh? So either my trade plays out here and I targets, or it comes back down and I get stopped out. Look at that. That was a great buy in not in futures. I'm talking to myself here on my swings. What indicators do I use? These are all the only indicators I look at. It's the delta, RSI, and then my own personal indicator, which is this zones indicator, which plots support and resistance for me. Like, look, we hit support, rejected, right? Obviously, I wasn't confirmed at the moment that we were going to reject. We came to support and bounced. So these zones are fantastic. I mean, they changed my life. Yeah, Israel, it's right here on the screen, my friend, where the cursor is. All right, so I'm just going to sit in this. Don't mind me. I got to look at my swings. Look, NVIDIA is down, but a lot of the semi-manufacturing companies like AVGO is up. LRCX consolidating. I might not get hit here. It might pull back and come back down, but it is what it is. A-Lab is fantastic. It sort of moved without me. I was looking to get in it, but it was just so dicey yesterday. I wanted A-Lab on that break at 180. But look at that bounce. Fantastic. I missed that. RSI input is 5. It's a setting of 5. I don't know where 5 to 7 bars is. I don't know what you mean by bars. Period is 5. ES rejecting at that 90-93 area. I could not reclaim it. So that might not be a good thing for my NQ long here. So what we need to see now is some sort of higher low and then a breakout, right? And then that'll give NQ the opportunity to create a higher low and then a push out. Hopefully that happens. But at this point, I don't have any, I just need to let price do what it needs to do. And I can't move my stop yet because my trade is not invalid at the moment. Like there's nothing, like we need to break support for my trade to be invalid, right? That should be clear. Moving up your stop is just, depends on the structure, of course, but if you're buying support, it's still support until we sort of fail, right? So I can't move my stop. I have to be okay with getting a full stop out here. But let's get those likes up, guys. We have almost 1,100 of you in here. Fantastic. We need to be at 600 likes, my friends. Let's see if we can get those likes up. Remember, if the higher the like count goes, the higher price goes. I just shared that RSI is period of 5. All right, so not much for me to do here. I'm just waiting to see if ES does confirm a higher low here, and then it can reclaim this resistance and jump back in this overnight range, which would create a failed breakdown of this sort of range. NQ is just hanging out, right? It's trying to figure itself out, like some in college. Let's see what higher time frames are doing. Not much. So let me share the 15-minute now while we wait. You can see ES is sort of failed to hold this initial support area, right? We move lower, hit that 480 next support area and bounce. Now what needs to happen is ES needs to reclaim the 6493s and then push back up. If it cannot, we're going to move back down, right? The only two scenarios that are possible. Can we correct through time more? Sure. But eventually when we move and pick a direction, we either push back up to prior day high or 6480. For NQ, what did we do? We just came back down to support at 580, 590, which is my main scenario. See what price is doing. Look at that. We're pushing back up. That's fantastic. Maybe that means we do get a break above. I'll do 1.3R. All right. Anyways, scenario 1 is still alive, right? We're just consolidating. We do have some volatility around here. Perfectly normal. We now need to push back up to prior day high. And then for now this morning, for the next hour, 2 hours, we need to see if we can form acceptance here, consolidate, and then get a more sustainable uptrend higher, right? Failing, now it's above that 620, 630 resistance. So now this is support. So any consolidation above here is good, okay? We want this now. That can set up the move for higher. Fell back below 620, 630, and we see 580s again. But 580s is that main support area that we're holding and we want to see hold in order to continue higher. If not, then we go back down, right? So ES really needs to confirm and break above this resistance area. Are we potentially chewing through that supply? Maybe, hopefully we do. We create a wedge here and then break out higher. That would be fantastic. That's what I would want to see. NQ is possibly creating a wedge here now. Let me delete this. All right, this is all we need. But at the moment, not much for me to do. I just gotta let it play out. And either it goes or it doesn't. Pretty range bound now. Let me share the QQQ chart. Oh no, sorry, this is SPY. SPY is in this consolidation. We came down to the bottom of it, found support. Where is my drawing tool here? Support, support. Can we sort of dance around here and then break out higher? Or do we come back down here again? For Qs, what are we doing in the QQQ? This was, I mean, I was long this breakout here. I had 2 longs here. I wrote here to here, And then I think I caught this reversal. This is that morning reversal. I wrote it all the way here. I took partials maybe right here. Right here. I wrote this because I was looking for this move, which we did get, but NVIDIA overnight just took me out somewhere over here at break even, and then we bounced back up. So what we need to see is a continuation of this sort of additional range that we've seen. Ideally, we can hold here in Qs and then break back up. If not, we move back down here, and for NQ, that will be a push back down to 570s, 580s. But I just have to wait it out. Did I share my support and resistance timeframes? Support and resistance remains fixed across every time frame. The strength of that support or resistance varies depending on the time frame. Like these are hourly zones. That means what these hourly zones mean is they create the environment for that session, or as long as we're inside these. Like, I have them in different colors. This is yellow, but it's supposed to be dark green, and it's dark green means strong, right? So a strong zone needs to means it will hold most likely, or means that we need acceptance here for sure in order to consider a short, right? I can't short a breakdown to it until we form acceptance because it's a strong zone, right? So that matters. They create the environment, meaning as long as we're above a dark zone, again, it's yellow, but if we're above a dark zone, then the environment is bullish. Price action can be sideways to higher. If we're below a dark zone, meaning if we finally give up, lose this 580, 590, then we have now sellers in control until the next area of support, right? So I align with that. That allows me to know what participants are stronger, and why in this example, I want to look for a bullish reversal because it's a strong zone. The downtrend into it completed. My rules were met. Can it turn into a loss? Absolutely. But all my rules were met. It was in according with my plan, right? I have to execute on that, regardless of what some of you guys say that we're going to go lower. We might go lower, but we don't know that until we form acceptance at support, right? Like your scenario can play out, but from a technical perspective, what price needs to do is form acceptance here, right? So we can both be right. And if we do get acceptance down here and break lower, then I'll look to engage in that. But you see how I have to wait. Yes, Alfonso, look at you with your deep insights. It's just range bound right now. There's not much for me to do. Gene, I talk about acceptance every. I just talked about acceptance in the last hour like twice. So what I would suggest is for you to review the session. Acceptance is a wedge. The technical structure, right? Per price candles it's a wedge. And then eventually that wedge means that, I don't want to go over that again. I went over that twice already. So just watch it. Thanks, Israel. So we might break down here. ES failing to reclaim that 6490s, which we needed to do that, or now we need it. We need to get that in order to push up higher. SPY. So far, SPY, small black day, red day, Qs, doji candle, a lot of mean reversion at the moment. Semis, SMH rejecting back down, NVIDIA weak still. So I might get stopped out here. And, you know, I'm okay with that. Broadcom, I mean, gosh, some of these names are still so strong. A-Lab holding this breakout. Tesla coming back down. Maybe it gives an opportunity to add, huh? Netflix consolidating in a beautiful wedge on the daily. That wants to move soon. Look, guys, we also know that September is the worst month out of the year. So it would make sense if we do get a failed breakout up here and then next week, maybe we roll over. Sure. Can today be the high of that failed breakout on the daily? Sure. But, you know, we need technical confirmation. No broadening formations, Dane. I don't look at that at all. Yeah, Israel, I thought, you know, we would hit our target, but, you know, that's what happens. Sometimes it doesn't pan out, and it's one trade out of 1,000 trades, right? Alfonso, where are you getting these quotes from? Matthew, how do we get these support and resistance levels on our charts? You're in the group, right? It is you, right? You're the one I'm thinking of. We have the indicator for trading view for Ninja. It should be available soon. I have another call with programmer. Yeah. For trading view, it is available. Just message me and I can give you access. And then for Ninja, this is the old version I'm using. Like you can see like this zone shouldn't be yellow. And then there's other things that need to be fixed, which through the help of somebody else actually in the group, Felix, we're able to work on that, and the final touches should be taking place. You know, I don't think Tradeovate allows indicators or customized indicators, Ari. I think you just need it for the platform, Ninja platform itself, because a Tradeovate is it's just online. You can't like, you know, upload code into a Tradeovate. Alfonso, I gotta have you write my eulogy, all right, my guy? Mm. All right, so that's good. We're creating that higher low structure that we want to see here. Low, push up into that 6490s. Can this be a higher low and then reverse? Possibly. Oh, really, Felix? NQ high, higher low. Can we get that push up now? Possibly. So let's see if I can get out here at 1.3R. Remember, the lot more likes we get, the higher price goes, guys. It's the rule. So we're at 400 likes, we can get 600. Just gotta like it up. I gotta keep a tab on my swings though. I'm kind of annoyed I missed A-Lab. I wanted that, but it was not a good place yesterday. NVIDIA bouncing. That's what you want to see. Oh, MP bouncing. I'm long MP as well. What's Reddit doing? Reddit, it's almost time to trigger a long. Net, what a beautiful push in net. That was one of my biggest. Oh, that's funny. Sab. That's awesome. Alfonso, you keep talking about $10. Are you charging me $10? Is that what you're saying? You want me to pay you $10? Is that what's going on here? What time did I enter this long? I entered long at 10:04, 10:03, maybe Eastern time. At this reversal here. Low or high, boom, breakout. Oh, I should move this to the start, right? That was right here. Does that work? Let me redo this. All right, so I'm just waiting in the we're getting some of the likes up. We need more. Look, what happened? We stopped liking it and then price got rejected. We gotta find something for that. Fabio, I do not go live. I only stream on Ninja here. I can't stream, I don't have a streaming background like some traders. I just stream on here and then yes, I'll be here next Tuesday with Merritt. And it'll be a big education session. So everybody tune in. We gotta see 2,000 people in here on Tuesday, all right, guys? I know, I know. Alfonso's writing up a master plan right now for his next comment. Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's gonna be a good conversation on Tuesday. We're just range bound. It's just choppy, right? I have my entry. Hopefully I can get filled. Really not much to do. It's sort of like summer vacation sort of price action that we're getting here now, where it's a slow, choppy sideways to higher structure. But I'm with that. Let's see if we can push back up and get out. All right, I do gotta look at my stocks here. All right, moving back up. Let's get a push out, and then I can take half off. Apple moving back up. And see what Amazon's doing back up. That's what we want to see. Google, new highs. I mean, just banks, JP Morgan. LRCX consolidating, MP, green, net, big push out higher. Netflix consolidating, Nvidia bouncing back up. Oh, there we go. Do I get taken out here? Take me out. There we go. All right, so I'm out half at 1.3R. That took 35 minutes. But what a beautiful push higher. So because I think we can continue higher, look, here's the 4-hour. All we did in NQ was create a higher low structure, meaning on the 4-hour, higher high, higher low, and bouncing back up. As long as we can continue to hold, right? This is now support. This should be green. As long as we can continue to hold, the 4-hour says we can see 800. The 4-hour. So think about that, right? That means tomorrow we can see that. Again, as long as we continue to hold support, we tested it today, we pushed up higher. There's nothing bearish about this. On a lower time frame, were we selling off at the open? Absolutely. But all we did was come down to support in an uptrend, in a bullish environment. You have to follow that, right? So it's, you know, our opinions and our bias can't go against what price is telling us. Price is the most factual indicator on the chart, right? Support and resistance, price action. That's literally all we need from a trend following perspective, right? So we created higher high, higher low. As long as this holds, we can see 800. So why would I not, as a trend follower, hold my trade into that possible move? Because that means that I'm risking, how much am I risking here? 54 points, 55 points to potentially capture 150 points, right? Why would I not do that? Right? That's how I make my money. So, and then here's NQ again, or sorry, QQQ. Let me share that. I shared that we were breaking out of this box. We came back down, created a big aggressive failed breakdown. We were not consolidating. My purple scenario here was, can we hold, chop around, then push up higher? We're seeing that. If we failed there, then we can see this move lower. You see how like price respects a certain structure and I just follow that? I don't need to front run anything. I don't need to get aggressive in a certain way. I just try and do what price tells me to do consistently. You know, and like some of you guys were saying, somebody was saying that it was going to be a red day. Look, we have to respect what price is doing. Can't, you know, we can have our opinion and our bias, sure, but it's not going to work for you successfully over time. Alfonso, you're cooking breakfast, my guy. We need some deep insight thoughts here to take price up higher to new highs. How many stocks do I trade? I trade stocks that are going up. Tech stocks. The number, you know, it really doesn't matter. It's what's going up, what's leading the market higher. You know, Nvidia, Google, Hood, Palantir, things like that. Yeah, Felix says that all info is contained within the chart. How do I manage risk after taking a loss or in a drawdown? The same way I manage risk on all my trades. Drawdowns happen. They're part of the strategy. If you're stuck in a drawdown and you don't know how to move forward from there, that just means you did not do the work in back testing or doing historical analysis to see what the drawdowns look like, the max drawdown that your strategy has, the time it takes to recover a drawdown, the environments that create the drawdown, the environments that get you out of a drawdown, right? This is all data that we need for our system. So then when we're executing it live and we are in a drawdown, we have the data to tell us, hey, this is where we are. This drawdown is currently in alignment with historical drawdowns. It's in alignment with the environment that we may be seeing. Right? So you just have to, but you needed to do that work. Or else you're in a drawdown and you're emotional, your mental clarity is not there. You are afraid to press the buy or the sell button. You are taking profits earlier. And all that is a sign of respectfully, you not doing the work that was required. But that's normal. When we start out, we don't really know the work that needs to take place. But hopefully from all of us telling you here on the network, the work is long and it's hard and difficult, but you just have to, like one of the things that I was telling my group yesterday or 2 days ago, as you're trading new environments, new price action that you have not seen, take a screenshot of that day, annotate it intensely, what happened, where it happened, what's the overall structure, what the higher time frame is telling you, what were your trades, etc., and label that a certain environment or a certain structure. Then as you go forward in time, you're going to come across that structure again. Well, guess what? You still might not be able to trade that. Hey, still take a screenshot, annotate it, whatever. Eventually, you start building a library, and eventually you become so well versed in this structure, in this environment, that you're able to categorize and say, this is this choppy structure. This is the trend structure in this choppy structure. This is how I can execute different and better next time. Eventually, you develop this library of different categories of a bullish breakout, a bearish breakdown, a sideways but bullish structure, a sideways but bearish structure, a sell from the top, a buy, like all these different areas. And your film is so big that you are so proficient in understanding when the environment changes in real time, when we are in a bullish environment, when we are in a bearish environment. Like you're confident and you have confirmation of that in real time, you now are able to execute with confidence, with conviction. And that's it. That's the work. It's being stuck in a feedback loop that you get to create the plan, review the plan, execute it, and you just iterate and you continue until you are profitable. And that's all it is. It's just time. Some of you guys want it in 2 months. Look, you need to backtest months. So why would you be profitable in 2 months when you need to do the work that's going to be longer than 2 months? So I backtest manually. I did it all on Excel. I don't do backtesting online or with softwares. I want to be in that price action because look, if you backtest something, you don't know the environments that happen then. So when you're trading that system you created and you're in a new environment, are you still taking your trades? Yes, but you're now in a drawdown and you don't know why you're in a drawdown. You're following your system. Oh, well, the environment is different. Well, were you backtesting in that environment manually to understand and feel the velocity of these moves, right? So Alfonso, that I think you got to take me out on a date first, my guy. I like that though. Alfonso, give us something that's Ninja related. Why Ninja's the best network? Okay, how about that? Yeah, but sorry for my rant. But that's the work, right? That is it. That there's no secret. That's it. Like, how do you know an entry is going to work over time? Well, you backtest that. How do you know a certain setup is going to work? Well, maybe you go over the last 100 takes and you see, oh no, maybe my stop should be different, right? So then you adjust your stop, and then you backtest that 100 times again. You say, oh yes, I have a better win rate, or I have a better return profile overall. There we go. You guys, Alfonso, thanks for that. You know, in a world full of noise, Ninja is the only thing that's in perfect tune. All right, so I pretty much sort of walked everybody on here through the structure, right? It becomes very simple, not easy, simple. What did we were sort of talking about here? Can this be a higher low and then break out higher? That would mean price chews through this supply and then reclaims that 90.93 and breaks out higher, right? I shared about that. If that didn't happen, then we will see new lows, right? So it's I'm able to say that confidently because it's I've seen it so many times, and I know the scenarios that are available. So now let's say, what are the scenarios now, Chris? Well, it's, can we backtest this 64.90 now, hold, and then push up higher? If not, then price is vulnerable to a move back down to lows, right? So again, that's trend structure. For NQ, we saw a big reversal from here, okay, support where we needed to. We created high low from here. Can we now consolidate up here, create a wedge, and then push up higher? If not, then we are going to move back down to support, right? That's it. Where did I find R1 and R2? My exit on partials is a combination between, I take off half right away between 1.3 to 1.5 R, because that allows me to finance my trade. And then if I get stopped out on the other half, then I'm still net positive. Okay. So that's fine with me, Sav. So if I forget what I was going with this. Oh, so that's half off. The next, I'm looking to take half off between 2.5 to 3R, 3.5 R. And then my runners, I'm looking to hold them indefinitely because I'm trying to capture a multi-time frame trend. Yeah, market structure, trend structure, it's a repeatable process once you get to understand it. It takes time. What you need to do, and what Daly talks about a lot, is you need to be in the game long enough to survive, meaning your capital at risk needs to be, or your capital needs to have the least amount of risk in your initial learning curve. You won't have capital to trade when you're now a little bit more profitable, right? You've already burned through your startup capital. So you need to risk very little or trade a demo or trade a prop account where you're not risking a lot of money, and you are you go through a learning curve, 3 months, 6 months, a year, whatever, and you risk maybe $2,000. That's a lot, right? I mean, that's a long period of time with risking very little. So, all right, I'm gonna hold this after my session. I'm just gonna trail this, see what we can do, see if we can push up higher. Uh, all the higher time frames were telling me that we're breaking out, right? I've been so bullish for the last 2 weeks. I mean, really since April. So I'm a trend follower. I got to follow the trend. And yesterday I was looking to hold my long from 530s. They took me out. I'm gonna hold. I have how many contracts I have? I have 6. I'm gonna take 2 here, and then I'm gonna hold the rest and see if I can hold that into tomorrow. And if we do get that big breakout, into the weekend. I'll do some here if we reject from this zone again, and then I'll just let the trade work out after that. On what time frame? There's no, well, this is a 2 minute, but there's no ranges or boxes don't have a specific time frame. It's just where price is oscillating back and forth between. Right? Yeah, Brian, I trade a live account. I've been trading for I placed my first trade 15 years ago. I lost money for years. On the 5th year, I became profitable.
Hey, Chris. Good morning.
So, what's up?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Good. Tell me your long is 10 points below mine.
I got this is my ad actually, so I'm very proud of this one. um, my initial long was 583, so I feel good.
Oh, you got that exact low, huh?
Yep, I got this 583, and then scaled, and then I added at 635.
On that additional pullback after that.
Yeah, I honestly, I bought 583, 580 because this was a just a predetermined level of interest for me, and it got excited down there. But I scaled out into 620 because I believed that
That's stellar.
I was on the wrong side of that dude again. So, but I held one lot through, and then once we got on the other side and back tested him, I got back in again. So now I expect nothing more than all-time highs forever.
Yeah, seriously. Prior week highs first.
Yes. But yeah, how about you? How was your morning today?
Good. I had a winner pre-market, trading that pre-market move. Then I took a loss on a additional long that I tried up here in like around 700, and then I got this long here at 624 as we tested that 580 area. And same like you. I mean, I think we can see prior week highs.
Yep. Hopefully. Yeah, we'll see. A lot to get through up here. This yeah, today caught me off guard in a bunch of different ways. I messed up on a couple ES trades earlier too.
Because of that rejection?
Yeah, I just I don't know. I just didn't have the opening. Yeah, this opening drive that got faded, that stuck me. This is a move where I often get chewed up in. I didn't get chewed up in NQ, luckily, so that's good. But I did eat some of it in some ES positions though, so it's okay. That'll happen. All these every post news, post like event thing like Nvidia, this always happens to me. And this morning, honestly, I wasn't in my A game
Yeah,
mentally, so that was part of it.
it happens.
If you must know, my dishwasher broke.
As you were in
So
the trade?
no, no, that was just something on the list for this morning. As I was like, I spent the 15 minutes that I normally spend um, getting in the zone, reading the directions to how to fix the top spray arm for my dishwasher. So it's my fault.
Oh God. All right, my friend. I'll let you do your thing.
All right, homie. Yeah, thank you so much. Good trading. I'll try to carry the torch higher. See if we can get it.
Yeah. I'll root you from the chat, and you have a great weekend, my friend.
All right, sweet. You too, brother.
All right, you guys take care in the chat. Toodles.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, chat. How are we doing? Yeah, tricky for me. Yep. Hey, morning, Jim. Morning, brother. Good morning, Flitch. Good morning, Pieter. Pieter. Good morning, Don. Good morning, Grisha. Sir VWAP. What's up? What's up? Yeah. Felt a little scrambled this morning. Hey, morning, Tracy. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Lido, no, it's not a fib. It was yesterday's VWAP close at 583. And I like to look at previous day VWAP closes as points of interest, just to give me an idea where we're at. Also had a bunch of stuff fire off down there, so big red delta map into. So this is kind of what I was looking at. I didn't take this trade because ES was selling off really hard, and this was kind of banging around the 620 guy. So I avoided this. I almost took it a bunch of times, but I was like, man, they're going to take forever to auction this dude. So I need to wait until this wraps up. And also ES was in a much, much weirder, worse place at the moment too. So I was like, all right, I got to chill on this. So I did, which is good. But I'm trying to see if it's going to take this guy. We're fighting with this 6,500 here. Okay. Sorry, I got to refit all my windows here to make sure I can see everything. I wonder if I can make this. Can I make this thinner? I can. Nice. Perfect. All right. Anyway, so yeah, we're looking at the European opening range as a pivot, like we like to do. Pretty long off of it initially. They did get back under it. The pre-market news at 8:30, not really that big of a reaction. So, just kind of watching this 620 guy get ground around down here. I avoided that chop. And then this is what I liked. Do you see how the delta map gets bright red? And then brick down here, then switch back to neutral? That's when I got in. So we had previous day previous day RTH VWAP close is right here at 583. So I just took this. I assumed this was only going to be a scalp back to 620. Honestly. So I put that VWAP on it. And when it respected this, I held the additional lot and then came back down here, tested the 24-hour VWAP, tested all of these highs. Also came down, poked this 620 guy a little bit. So I got back in. And then scaled one for 10 points, scaled one for 25. And then now we're in a runner from here. But I will say that none of this looks super trendy, super bullish at the moment. There's a bunch of weird stuff that went on. Like this 680 guy filled like a bajillion lots earlier. Yeah. So right now, I'm trying to wrap my head around the idea that this is turning into a really messy balance day, possibly. But more so just trying to get a little more selective into my entries. So if we lose this +1, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. So I shouldn't really be doing anything other than just managing this runner. I don't want to add up here. It doesn't feel that strong to me anymore. This 720 spot was kind of the goal. I gotta see how this closes out. That's what I really have to do. So we'll just wait for London to close. The thing that's going on. All right, nice. I forgot I had an ES chart. Okay, so this is what's tripping me up. All right, switching back to ES. You see here, this is the 30-second opening range on ES, right? We are struggling to get back inside of it. It was support a few times this morning. This is where I got banged up right here. I didn't take profit fast enough, and I did not get into this short continuation. So this is the 30-second opening range on ES. This is the 30-second opening range on NQ down here. So this is pretty weird. This is very divergent right now. Yeah. So for those reasons, I'm a little bit in my feelings about where I should be executing. Yeah. Anyways, we'll talk to the chat. You can help me get back to my good vibe center that I need to be at. What's up, Jims? Jims91. Good morning, Mike. Good morning, Crypto John. Crypto John, you thought the angry sellers are coming every day. You always want to see a sell. Are you one of those perma bears that they tell me about? Good morning, Patch. Oh, nice. Patch made his target for the week. Thinking about taking tomorrow off? Do it, dude. No better feeling in this world. That's why we play the game. So you can have that freedom. Nothing wrong with that, baby. Yeah, Steve. Yeah, it was tough. Yeah, big, loud opening drive like that gets quickly reversed. That's never good for me. And when ES and NQ are not being buds, that's not good for me either. In my notes later, I will write down that I should have waited when I saw that instead of jumping in to positions right away. So, but that's all part of it. It's all part of the process. Just like anybody, I make mistakes. Just like Yins. I still get excited to trade. I still, look, listen. Like Leo would say, listen. When I see this, when I see a 100-point opening drive like this, I get stoked. But ES didn't really do it. I mean, 10 points, that's it. That's not the same ratio of violence up there. And then we hit 65.08 and just clipped down. Just made a tiny new all-time high and ran out of gas. So, yeah, it mixed me up. I got to fix my Delta Map settings on ES. It's driving me crazy. So now ES is kind of turning into, flat world. Whereas NQ is trying to trend. We haven't had our IB break yet, so we'll still shoot for that as our target here. And if you can see on the volume profile, this was pretty gnarly up here. This whatever Delta went down at 740, it was shocking. And there are a lot of people on the ladder up there still, just resting. So I don't have the slightest clue where we're going from here, but it's all we can do is try not to trade like an idiot. Good morning, Gene. Good morning. Oh, cool. Okay, Peter. Fair enough. I like the Dutch. I am Dutch, I'm told. That's what they tell me. And Swedish, I think. Good morning, Yagi. Good morning. Sir VWAP asks, still curious, how come you wouldn't see this as more of a balanced day trade? Well, I hope I kind of went over that a little bit just now. Like ES and NQ are doing two different things. There is a ton of buying going on right now on NQ, like a ton of it. So I'm going to wait to see what the buyers are trying to accomplish up here. Maybe see like watch the OR or watch the IB high break for continuation or not. Yeah, I just don't. Oops, sorry about this. Stupid thing. I'm gonna put this over here since I'm by myself today. Yeah, let's see. Let's see what happens up there. Yeah, but Sir VWAP, I'm just not. It's not really a balanced day right now. It's been both so far. And I started doing that. I started to do the how I trade course thing. And I was going back through days because I want to be able to. Most of the course is going to be, just explaining a couple simple things and then just replaying some days. And also course is a very generous term. So don't think that it's going to be that cool or good. But yeah, this has kind of been both days. So and a lot of days are like this. You have to be able to pivot. And sometimes, the pivot's not great. So big opening drive, right? Still gets excited. I'm like JoJo, the idiot circus boy. And I take my pet and I smash it right here. Yeah. So all of this was a mess. Luckily, I just took these trades on my personal account in ES and in a different thing. But yeah. Yeah. Okay. So opening drive up, comes back. So in this scenario, this is the long. I mean, it was good, but then the +1 rejects, and then we go all the way down here. Only thing I had down here was just that previous day VWAP. Didn't really have much from the overnight. Guess it was like London lows. I don't know. Yeah. So Some days are just confusing like that. And then, we get stuck here. I'm fighting with this 620 guy again. That's annoying. We finally break out, and then you see the slope change from straight down to flat right in here. So that's also why I was willing to take this ad, because the slope, the profile had changed. And now they're just buying everything up here. Let's see if they can get to 6,500. Hmm. Yeah. So kind of tricky. Um, Veritas says, Stowe, what criteria do you check off to add into a position? Well, I think the number one thing I do is I try to treat that ad as if it was its own trade. Um, so like here, I bought, I bought the 580s scaled, and I still had a long from 580 here when I added at 635. But I wanted to treat this like something that would have. Oh, baby, hold on, we're missing something. I want to see if this seller is still doing weird stuff up here. Holy Moses! Yeah, so this is a big passive seller up here, but buyers are also pissed. So this should be fun. We'll watch the show for a second, then I'll get back to that explanation. There was a big. Oh yeah, yep. That was nasty. There was a big order sitting at 6,500, and they pulled just as they got up to it. So classic. Let's see what we can get done up here now. We broke the IB. So we've run the overnight high. We've run the IB on NQ. ES so far has only run the overnight high, not broken an IB. All right, let's trail this, huh? Pretty silly to leave a billion points on the table. So we'll drag this baby up here. Put him here. Let's see. So that's 635. Yeah, it's 50 points, but we'll keep an eye on it. If we get back in the IB and sellers step back in here, then I'll just get out. Just checking off all the stats for this stuff today. Okay, cool. Anyways, so the moral of that story is I still am going to have a 15-point stop here at 635. So my stop was 620 on this, almost got to it. We got down to 626. So I was 6 points from getting stopped out on 2 lots here. But you see, we got one off here. So add, scale, stop was protected. And then we got our second one off at 665. So 30 pointer there. That's good. That's fine. Good to go. I will take those points. I need them. So yeah, Veritas, that is the answer to that question. Don, that Ninja Dom is coming along really nice. So hopefully we'll have that to show to you guys very soon. Morning, Nick. Hey, brother. How are you? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, fly it here. The internals, like I get that. That makes sense why ES and NQ are being so weird to each other. Um, I'm sure there's some rotational vibes going on. I'm sure that the Dow is probably doing Dow things. Get out of one of those. So yeah, we'll watch it to come down here. We'll watch this 730 spot. I mean, this would be a pretty this would be a pullback for ants if it came back here and kept going. But we'll see. On the ugly chart, I mean, ultimately the target is 784, so like, we don't have like a ton of meat left on this move. And then I it's gonna get a reaction here for sure somewhere. And then if we can get inside of this monthly band up here, and start hitting these, that'll be encouraging. But the monthly band is so flat; it's not trending at all. Yeah. So I feel comfortable with that. 11:21. We got 10 minutes to the London close. ES is kind of testing it at the moment. Let's see. Watch this 720 guy. Hey, what's up, Happy Crab? What's up, brother? Ivan, tomorrow will be PAX trading in the morning from 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern time. And then it will be me and XY from 10 to noon. So you got your boys, Stow and XY, coming at you live for 2 hours. And I plan to spend that time messing with XY while he's just barely awake. That's my plan. I don't like that ES couldn't get back out of this 502 spot. It's the top of that balance area. Yeah, I think safe than sorry here is the thing. I don't quite have a handle on what this day is doing, so we're gonna keep the hands to ourselves for the time being. Sorry, Zelino. No, I have not done that oil change. I did not do it yesterday again. I got stuck doing stuff here. I traded quite a bit yesterday, and then I realized I was trading way too hard and for a Wednesday, and then I went and sat on the couch for a second. But I got a lot of walking and running in, so that was good. That's what I like to try to do on a Wednesday. So it's okay. I mean, I don't drive the Prius much, so don't worry. The Prius is okay. I mean, the way it burns oil, it's kind of changing its own oil all the time, right? Look at that. Nasty, nasty stuff. What an interesting day. So big opening drive, leaving this giant opening range for us to deal with. So 630 to 7.4. So 110.5 minute OR is very huge. What time is it? Okay. Got 5 minutes to go. Till the turn. Good morning, KDR. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Alfonso. Good morning, buddy. Hey, morning, friend Tintin. Morning, brother. Morning, Yamal. Yeah, ES is at its weekly open at the moment. Yeah, seller. Woo. Ooh. Yeah, this is not a moment I'm going to take this mid trade for sure. Not that it can't work, but I mean the thing is the point of control at the moment. So no thanks. I think that is disqualified. Yeah, order flow is being wild. Not to say it can't still work, but I'm just good. I'm not taking it. We're moments away from this VWAP, which is also all these highs. So yep, still waiting. Got our view up touch though. Let's see if we can get some aggression above this. Maybe I'll get in. Need to see this seller pull though. This is that. I mean, this is grindy. This is like you suck. And look at all of this selling. It's just sell. No one at any moment is crossing the spread into the bid and getting filled by any passive seller. So this is all just like hate selling that was rewarded into Europe's close. Yeah, I'm good. We're good. We'll have a better spot than this. Alex, the ICT stuff's going well. I wrote T trades last night and just, I was like, "Am I getting it? Is this one of the things?" He's gonna hop on with me at some point and give me a little more one-on-one explanation. But yeah, I still have a lot of videos to watch, and I know I said I was going to be trading that this week, but dude, I don't want to trade a setup I don't understand. Having looked at it like 3 times, that's not very responsible. So, um, I can't. As much as I love a bit, I still can't do something that's ridiculously stupid. So for those reasons, I'm going to take my time with it. Yeah, I'm going to take my time with it. And I'm not going to trade it until I have 100% grasp on what it's up to. But it's been fun. It's been fun. I need Tani to come back from Croatia so I can start asking her ICT questions too. Kane's probably sick of me bugging him. Yikes. All right, there we go. There's some market buy, finally. I like that a little better. I need to get back above the view up, though, for me to want to get in. Those ass. I'm gonna give this a shot. Bad decision. Man, this song is so freaking sad. Do you guys know the band American Aquarium? Very good band. Um, the singer has his own solo record. His name is BJ Burnham, something like that. But like basically the saddest song of all time just came on. All right, we got half off at the R mid. Tuck this baby right here. Trying to watch for some blue team. Blue team needs to get in the mix. We'll see. We'll see what this wants to do. Up with me. And okay, so this is, let's keep this in mind, right? So this is our anchored VWAP from the low. Another reason to be in that trade is, you know, a little confluence there. Plus, we finally saw somebody market buy after this doom sell. So that's why I pulled the trigger on that. Looks like that was 11:30 also. So that was the turn. See what happens here at 700. See, we're coming up on these lows now that were previously support into that IB push. So is the seller still here? Let's find out. Watch the delta. All works out. Funny how it all works out. Definitely grinded into him a little bit. Mm-hmm. Nice. Good cross. Stack it up, Mr. Bid. You got to go. You got to want it. Okay. Not bad. Not bad stuff. Pressing good now. We're coming up to the top here. Coming up to the +1. So if this is balance day behavior, we're going to watch for a seller somewhere up here at the top of value. So I'm just gauging the pull stack there. And you can see we're flipping back to a red neutral, which is fine. They're crossing now. Oh, ES all-time high wasn't taken? Oh, thank you, Zilino. That's good to know. Good morning, Edwards. Good morning. Jeff. Jeff, you ask, what do people mean when they say tilt? What is tilt? Do you really not know? Oh man. Well, I'm happy for you that you don't know. I'm going to flatten there as we reject the +1. So that was a good trade. Okay, cool. I'm getting my confidence back a little bit. The stream helped. um, so tilt is an uncontrollable desire to make your money back. Um, it's like imagine a bunch of uh, it's most. I mean, it's my biggest relationship to it is with poker, and it's like if you lose, you want to win that money back. And the more you lose, the more desperate you are to win it back. And the emotional state of that is kind of like a rage that you can't get out of. And it will make you make very bad decisions. It'll make you have, negative expectancy. It'll make you risk more than you should risk. It'll make you do a lot of things. It's just like an emotional demon that comes over you. It's the best. That's how my tilt appears. Um, and there's many different things that can trigger it for different people, like missing a trade, um, having a bad entry, getting stopped out to the tick, and then having your trade work, things like that. So it's just it's an emotional weakness that all traders have in one form or another. Oh, no worries. Dom Replays asks, how do you feel with learning ICT concepts in combination with auction market theory? There's a lot of the same thing. There's definitely like poor highs and lows exist in both worlds. They look at like wicks and bodies in a lot more than I do. So like candle shapes dictate most things that I'm learning over there for the moment. Um, but it's a lot of the same concepts. So that's cool. That's been, interesting and rewarding. Um, yeah, it's a lot of the same stuff. I mean, the market is what it is. There's just a million different lenses to view it through. So it makes sense that a lot of the same concepts will hold true. Like and just even the idea of looking at a higher time frame to dictate lower time frame executions, things like that. All very similar. All very similar things. Czar Trader, right now I'm listening to country music. I just have a playlist that is just like a bunch of records that I like. Yeah, look at this. That's two. Two rejections up here. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's look at this whole thing. Yikes. Messy. Nasty. Um, volume profile's pretty good. Kind of looking like it's trying to be a capital P. If this 682 hadn't YOLO'd a billion lots back here at the open, I would imagine the point of control would be up here at 712. It's probably close to a shift, but Happy Crab, yes. Happy Crab says Tilt is discussing a Prius oil change for weeks and yet not doing the oil change. I mean, you caught me. You busted me. I'm a procrastinator with some stuff. I'm just a busy guy, and like you got to prioritize things, and some things just get pushed to the back burner. Ronto, I have been trading for 4.5 years. Frintintin, is that an iceberg at ES 6498? I don't think so. If there is one there, my delta has reset since he was getting filled. But no, I don't think so. I would see it. It would be it'd be a big brick right there. Not rocket science. I don't use Hekinashi candles. I do not prefer them. Specifically, I don't like them at all. So you might be talking. XY uses them. I don't know if Leo's got those on his chart or not right now. Frintintin, the best way to identify those is definitely on ES. They take a lot longer to fill. On NQ, sometimes like it's just milliseconds and then that thing's done. But you'll see like you can see it better on a DOM or on just a delta volume profile. You'll just see like a big line start to form on the delta volume profile while price doesn't move at all. It's just like it's jammed into just like a corner until that thing breaks. And sometimes they don't break, like, but the easiest way to see it is you'll just see delta ticking up on a specific price, not above and below. Double D got me with that. I know some countries. Paulo asks, at the beginning of your career, did you ever have a big loss? Not all at once, no. Because by the time I was trading my own money, I was using a daily loss limit, but I certainly had like, I don't know, like a whole month where I was like, I don't know if I can do this. So yeah, I mean, it sucked. It sucked at the time. And, I still get into drawdowns like that. Everybody does. Because, your edge doesn't always work. It's just about how you manage that risk and how you can rebound from those trouble spots. That's what makes you a good trader. That also is a good way to know if you should, try to do this for real or not. Because if you can weather that and still come back and still want to trade and still like it, then that's probably a sign that, you're a good candidate to do this all the time. But if you get into a drawdown and then realize that you hate it, that's probably a sign that like, maybe you're not supposed to be a trader. Which is fine. I don't really wish this on anybody that I know of in real life. I don't know anybody as crazy as I am in real life that would want to do this. So, hey, Dom. Hi, how are you? I'm good. Pablo asks, what are the advantages and disadvantages of using volume instead of minutes in the candle timeframes that I use? So I use minutes on, the ugly chart is minutes. So if I'm looking at like a high time frame thing, I'm usually looking at 30 minutes. What do I have on here? Yeah, I like 30 just for viewing price action. I see we're in this balance. We created a new balance now. Kind of the 50 from that from this from the yeah. So that's interesting. I should have looked at that this morning. So yeah, we've respected like the halfback of this of the big Fed candle. And now it's thinking this is the balance. Okay. Good to know. Okay. But anyways, yeah. So I like 30 minutes for high time frame stuff like this. Um, just it's easy to see for me. Just spot highs and lows, things like that. The reason I like volume for execution is it speeds up and slows down, unlike minute candles, which are always, resetting at time increments. These aren't beholden to time at all. So um, we can get an edge from that. Like, is this initiation? Is it speeding up? Is it exiting the place we're trying to buy quickly? Is it grinding into it slowly? Things like that. Those are all just like pattern recognition clues that I like to use. Yeah, ES is definitely looking more like a balanced day that's behaving itself. John Doe says, do you think that you make most of your profit on a few big trades or pretty average, consistent wins? I think that it's definitely the big days help a lot. And I don't have as many outlier big days as a lot of people because um, I don't really hold a runner very often. I'm usually taking those 30-point base hits. Um, so I'm pretty consistent, and that's more of a grindy, um, you know, up a few K, down a K, up a few K, down a K. But it's, you try to keep it a little bit more reward to risk. And then on the day where you have a good runner set up, if you can isolate that and hold on to it and just, kind of let it go, um, let it be free, then that's the day that kind of adds to the bonus, to the P&L. But I don't ever count on that as part of my risk to reward strategy, if that makes any sense. So like it doesn't need to happen. I've taken care of the grind. I can live in the grind. But if it does happen, it's nice. It's a nice surprise. Stream side, you got a point. I mean, the number one successful trader trait, I don't know if it's number one, but like you can't quit. You have to be insanely stubborn. I think. I think that's definitely a quality that translates for sure. I like to say that I'm too stupid to quit anything. And I truly believe that. Chubby Panda, do you think that NQ is weaker and ES is stronger right now? Because I disagree. ES is below its overnight high. NQ is above its overnight high. ES is below its London 30-second opening range. NQ is way above it. ES is at it like right now, trying to get back above it. So all of the things that I look at relatively between the two of them, they're both opposite right now. That's what's messing with me. Is it means the positioning is weird. Or it's not like, it's not in sync. So that's why I'm not taking this trade again. Never mind that it's the point of control, but Jeff, what's that random fall spike at volume spike at 683? It was some, I don't know. It was just like on this opening drive right here, they lifted at like 1,200 lots at once. It was insane. And so that is just, it's still just sitting there demanding attention. It was wild. That's why I was so like overly excited, because I mean they lifted 1,200 lots and did not look back at all once. That was crazed. So yeah, that got me in my feelings. Legend, I'm gonna make some educational stuff, and it'll be free, and then I can recommend that to you. I don't want to recommend other people's stuff just because I don't like, I don't want to send people around to different places, because I've learned a lot of stuff from a lot of places I wouldn't recommend. If that makes any sense. So yeah, we'll have some cool education stuff soon from, me, Leo, XY, and Nick, all of us. And we're excited to work on that and show everybody what we've been up to. I like. Yeah. Cooper, I have never used a Bollinger Band. No. You mean a Boomer Band? No, not for me. Yeah, Hoodrich. Me too. Me too. Some would say a little bit too bold up on that spike. I'll let you know, JM. Hmm. Yeah, damn. Oh, boy, my foot is killing me. Adding these miles. Yikes. I might be too old to be a runner. I was saying that last night as I was like icing my foot. I was like, oh man, it's tough. It's tough staying healthy. Yeah, man, dude. It'll be a painting the tape thing. It'll be soon. Like I said, that episode's done, so we'll be able to bust that out soon. Nintendo PC asks, any good books to read? What kind of book are you trying to read? I'm actually re-listening to The Stand right now, and it's been. I think the book is like, I think it's like 50 hours. It's huge. Let me see. Yeah, I'm almost done. I got 11 hours left, and I'm like 80% of the way through it. um, my favorite trading book is a book by Brent Donnelly called Alpha Trader. I always recommend people read that. I think it's a good mix of like actual trading vibes and cool stories, cool vibe, really good advice that applies to all different kinds of traders. So I recommend that book for sure. Also, I read a lot of biographies too. That's your favorite book too, Jeff? That's cool. What's the one I'm reading right now? Um, I'm reading the Doyle Brunson autobiography. That's pretty good. What else am I listening to? That's called Godfather of Poker. What was the last really good?
So,
Yo, hey brother,
how
how
you
are
doing, man?
you?
Pretty good. Alpha
That's
Trader's a
good.
great book.
Did you read it? It's
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah.
He said he's writing a new book. It should be out this Christmas, so I'm excited for the follow up to Alpha Trader. I like Brent's vibe. I really like his vibe.
Yeah. I'm with you, buddy.
Yeah.
I am with you 100%.
Oh
Um,
man.
I like biographies too. I just recently read, Brett Baer, the dude on TV.
Mm-mm.
He's a commentator on one of the channels.
Okay.
Kind of famous guy.
Okay.
He wrote a book on, I think it was General Grant that I read, the
Ooh,
biography
okay.
of his biography, and it was pretty interesting.
That sounds cool. I did mean to get into that, and I never got into that. So there was like I forget what show that was. I'm drawing a blank on it, but the all the Joseph Smith stuff that happened, like all these crazy Mormon wars that happened when the West was being settled, and like all of that stuff I had no idea about. And there was that Netflix show about it, American Primeval, I think is what it was called. Um, that sent me down this whole history rabbit hole about this. I was like, I had no idea there was like all this crazy the United States versus Joseph Smith, and like they had their own armies, and yeah. So I got big down that rabbit hole for a while, and then my wife was like, "You're getting old enough. You're getting into do Civil War reenactment soon, old man."
No, 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 no. Well, if you want to do that, come down here to Charleston. It's Civil War Central down here.
That's the joint. Yeah, that's the place. That's the place.
Yeah, for sure. Any event, great day today. Appreciate you, man, being here. I know you're doing double duty today with Leo, right? You guys are trading
Yep.
close.
Yep. I will be back. Hopefully with a better idea what this day is doing. My read has been C minus today, so we'll see. We still got some time though.
Yeah, I mean, every time I see 6,500 in the spoos, it's like, all right, here we go again.
Man, they just swept up that too. Yeah, there's definitely some weird. That was a big push just now. They just went up and filled like again a bajillion lots at 23.7.
Yeah.
This stuff also happens like after a big thing like Nvidia, then all of a sudden there's like massive positions showing up trying to do things, and that'll mess up my read. I don't work super well with that, but
Yeah.
we'll get there. We'll vibe in it.
All right, all right, all right. Cool beans, man. Well, I look forward to seeing you this afternoon. I'm going to do a super quick end of morning edge report, and we will break for lunch. So thanks again. Appreciate
Sounds
everybody.
good.
Thumbs up with Stowe, the subscriptions. We really, really appreciate that. Thank you, everybody in the chat and everybody listening.
Thanks, chat. See you in a bit.
All right. Just to kind of pivot to the Russell a little bit, the word on the street is the small caps are going to benefit with interest rate cuts if we ever get any. I don't know, but daily chart pretty clean actually. We have these kind of bursts up, sideways, sloping down, regular retracement, then bursts up again, sideways, boom, burst up again. Although this burst wasn't quite as strong, but we are making new recent highs, not all-time highs, but recent highs at 23.83. Moving averages are sloping up nicely as well. And stochastics have just been strong, right? Just ever. I mean, look, if you can go all the way back, actually, this strength started the middle of August 12th to be exact, and just stayed there, right? So right now, that's so far so good. Doji looking pattern today on the daily, but I wanted to show you the intraday chart here. Great price action. We have that a London initial balance in the purple up here. The bottom of that is 23.89. We tested it a little bit, and we kind of traded through VWAP for a long period of time. But when the bell rang, then sellers got involved, got busy, pushed us back down, and now price has been below VWAP. And again, this is that session VWAP pretty much most of the morning. We have some targets and some ideas. One kind of thing that I'm looking at right now, we have a VWAP touch in play. If you remember your Brian Shannon, we look for these VWAP touches maybe, and then sellers could push us back down. I don't know. We don't have that confirmation candle yet. I'm using a 10-minute candle chart right now. We also have that that 0DT call wall, gamma wall, whatever you want to call it, 2380. On the downside, we have that JAX 2 kind of framing the bottom of the conversation. This is the second highest gamma level right there, and that's pretty close to the initial balance here in the U.S. 2375 pivot just below that. We worked through that pivot a couple times. Should we get a break to the downside, we've got some targets also. We have that S1 that's glaring right now. It's waving to us right now, and that's approximately 2364. Below that, we have put support at 2360 and previous sessions lows below that. For the bulls, JAX 3 is right at that session VWAP. That's that white line here. And then, we got two areas of interest that are coinciding. If you added the bottom of the London initial balance also, you could say that there's three. So that's another kind of keen level for the bulls, 2390. R1's right below that. It's going to be hard to get above R1, but maybe we can. And if we do, we keep moving. We got to move it. 2400 call resistance would be a target to the upside if we can get that mega breakout to the upside right now. But things do seem like they're slowing down a bit with this idea, and I think Stowe mentioned it too. There's some big players kind of getting in and getting out. We'll see which direction they trigger this market in. But the Russell 2000 is a great market to consider trading. Take a peek at it. Again, a little bit light on the volume so far. We've got actually, I take that back. We're right on point for volume over the last 8 days, and right on point for average true range based on the last 8 days at this point of the day. So I guess you can call it an average day. In any event, that's the Edge Report for end of morning. I appreciate everybody being here with us, of course, this morning. Great morning, great guests, great live trading with the folks that were with us this morning. We're looking forward to this afternoon. Leo and Stowe. Stowe's coming back for more. Me and Shai are going to do a hot commodity report at 2:30. Thank you, everybody, for the thumbs up. Thank you, everybody, for participating in the chat. And thank you for viewing. We really appreciate you for sure. Relax. Have a nice lunch. See you this afternoon.